Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Deckin Around. My name is Tyler.
I'm Steve.
And today we are so excited to be welcoming on Alex Pandrea to the show. Alex, if you're not familiar, is an amazing magician. He is the owner of Blue Crown and House of Playing Cards, the creator of the NOC Playing Cards, among many other playing card sets, and really just an all-around amazing contributor to the Magic playing card and cardistry community. So I know Steve's pumped. Steve's like favorite person.
Pumped, man.
Yeah.
It's funny. All these people are like messaging me like, "You gonna be all right, dude? You gonna be all right?" I'm like, "Bro, he'll be all right." You know. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. You know, he's since we started, he's one of the guests I've definitely looked forward to one day bringing on, and I'm excited he's here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think it's going to be some amazing conversation. I think anyone who's in the community knows the name Pandrea. I think whether it be you're a card collector primarily or a magician or a cardist or anything, you know Alex's work, you know Alex's reputation, and I think it's going to be a fun time to get to know him a little bit better tonight.
We'll have to see if he makes it into the music industry now, being a producer and all.
I think we could probably maybe pick his brain a little bit about where that's going to go, but I have to say that was an unexpected but fun little surprise with the new deck.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure.
So before we jump into it, let's hear from our sponsors. NOC Playing Cards, the driving force behind Lit Playing Cards, Juice Joints, and McClure and Stark. Keep an eye out for what's to come next in 2020. Follow along at NOC Playing Cards on Instagram or DocsPlayingCards.com.
Marvelous decks, masterfully crafted, meticulously recreated with a specialized printing process that utilizes multiple holographic foils and sculpted embossing. No compromises were made when recreating these feathers at a zoomed-in scale. Pre-sale starts 9/26/2020. Stay tuned for remaining details. MarvelousDecks.com or Marvelous Decks on Instagram.
So I think with that being said, I know Steve's really excited. I'm really excited. We could chop it up a little bit more, but why don't we just bring Alex right out?
Alex!
What is going on? Or should I say yo, yo, yo? Did you want me to start with the yo, yo, yo?
Why not, man?
Yeah, it wouldn't be proper if you didn't start with that, dude.
They may not know who you are without that.
Oh, no, that's funny because, like, you don't recognize me, and then I say it, and then you'll, wait, what? Is it really you? I was at a convention, and I had somebody come up to me, and, sometimes they want a photo, sometimes they just wanted me to say yo, yo, yo to them. And they were like, it's like I did an effect. It's like I did a couple lips, and then I snapped my fingers, and they, oh my God. Anyway.
Yeah, people coming up to you instead of taking a picture, they're like, can you take a video of you and I, and you can say yo, yo, yo.
That's like, it reminds me of, you guys watch Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so Jesse, Aaron Paul, a character, people would come up to him and have them say the B word. I don't know if we could.
You have to wait 10 minutes. We'll come back to it, and you can come back.
So the tradition, and you guys that follow me know the tradition, today's beer, I have to present the beer to talk about it, and then I have to pour it into the wine glass. And nice. You know Steve about this, yes?
I do, yeah.
So I got sent this beer, Future State, and to match, because you were saying about the song, which is a nice touch. I think I've retired from the music industry and I'm jumping into the beer brewing industry.
Nice.
I actually wanted to tell them to like brew me a beer for the deck, but anyway, that
worked out perfectly.
Future State, because it says beer with a retro future.
I like the label. It's got a good look to it.
Yeah, it's cool, and it's a small, I think it's like a subscription-based company. I don't really know, but
this is based out of the UK or?
First time I am trying this.
Too bad it's not purple.
Yeah, that would have been good. All right. Good. All right. So, what's up, man?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Nothing.
We're so glad for you to make it on tonight, man. We've been pumped about this for weeks on end. So, I think, like I said earlier, Steve's been super excited for this since we started the show. I think he's always been like, oh, we got to get Alex Pandrea on the show, and now here you are. So
I'm honored. Thank you. He's keeping it cool. He's keeping it cool.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny because it's like, Tyler and I both have our people that we want to get on. I want to get this person on, and And now it's like I don't have to do the show anymore.
You're gonna have to.
I can just quit now.
Who else have you had on?
So this is this episode 31. So let's see. We had Spidey on.
I was 31. I wish I was 30, though.
See, yeah, and
dude, you wait, hold on. You had the chance to be 30. Actually,
did I?
You wanted this date. That's your fault, dude.
All right.
It's kind of like when you get a limited edition deck. You actually want a number, but you kind of don't choose. You just get the lucky number you are.
Makes sense. But 30 would have been cool. 10, 10, 10. All of that.
Yeah, it would have been cool.
So
I didn't even think of that.
You know what? If we had been planning a little bit ahead of time, we definitely would have thought of it at the time, especially because the V2 came out not too long ago, the red one, which I thought was great. So how have you, I guess, kick it off, and I feel like we ask this every episode, but how have you been doing with the whole pandemic? I know you just moved to a new place in London, but life's treating you well in spite of quarantine?
Yeah, I mean, life has changed, I think, for everybody since March. Some for the worst. A majority of people are obviously not having such a good time. For me, the only thing that affected me personally was I lost my grandmother to this virus, to this disease.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
So, besides that, things have, I work from home. I don't get much, go out anyway, usually.
Yeah.
So quarantine was just another day for me. I learned how to make, cocktails and try to learn to cook and all of this kind of stuff. But just keep at it with the business. So for me, it was, besides that major setback in our family, it was all fine,
Right. Gave you the opportunity to really kind of sit in and maybe get a lot of things done that you had on your plate, or?
For the beginning portion of it, I was like, I didn't even release a deck because things just came to a halt. Yeah. And things were backlogged and everything. And believe it or not, online sales would spike up during that time, and which was crazy. But when I finally did release the Red X deck that you were talking about, Tyler. So as far as that, yeah, and that's always what I like to do anyway, is just to be on my own and work on the projects and just work away the noise around me. Shouldn't affect anything that I'm doing. And that's sort of how I like it. So it was to my advantage, at least. I mean, I would have done that anyway, but.
That's good to hear, though, that and I feel like a lot of the people we have on the show have taken this opportunity to really figure out how they can best utilize the time. In reality, it's just a lot of, like you said, uninterrupted time, which is great if you're creative and you have the drive to do that. So,
well, I think a lot of people didn't really know what to do with themselves, right? They were sort of in this shock state of like, okay, now what, right? If you were going to work and you were doing the same thing day in, day out, now everything came to a halt, and so you don't really know. So it was hard for people, I think, to be productive. People are like, oh, you should just use this time to be productive. I think you have to really, go into it in a slow process and figure out what are you going to be productive on? What do you still have to work, or you don't work? So it's obviously a weird time, and it was a weird time for a lot of people. I know my friends and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, even, for myself, who is a photographer, and for me, interacting with people is where all my work pretty much lies. I'm not, that much of a product photographer, but I do a lot of interacting with people. And in the beginning, I was kind of in a weird spot because obviously nobody wanted their picture taken. I couldn't work with these companies because they were all closed down, especially, where I work, a lot of wineries is, some of my clients and stuff like that. But, they were all kind of shut down. So it really took a little while to transition into that be productive, because it's like,
exactly.
Here I am, engulfed in people, while I work, and then all of a sudden I can't be around people, which and
you have to do that, and so that's what pushes you and forces you to evolve into, what people are doing now with live streams and bringing everything online, and that, it took a while for even this industry to go full into it. So yeah, exactly what you're saying, Steve. It takes a while for you to sort of figure out, all right, is this going to be the future from now on? How do I adapt to it? And I think we're still going through that process.
Right.
Absolutely.
We don't know what's going on. The fall time is coming, winter time is coming. People are going to get sick of the flu, think it's this, and I think it's going to create again and so it's uncertain.
Yeah,
uncertain.
That's always the scariest thing, right? Not knowing,
Yeah, usually I would say not knowing is exciting, and the mystery.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's so true. Right now you're like, oh shit, it's not really exciting. I want to know what's going to happen, When did you figure, like during this whole process, because you've always done, videos and stuff like that. Did you find yourself in the beginning kind of in that, I don't want to say confused state, but kind of like in between where you're like, okay, what do I do next? How do I navigate through this? Or, did you find yourself in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of this year, I remember I took a little bit of break from YouTube, especially. Just because I felt like I wasn't as creative as I wanted to with my videos. My videos were the same thing over and over, and I wanted, just new ideas, new formats, to do something different and interesting. Which people that know me and follow me know that that's what I'm all about. So I took a little bit of break from that, and then when all this sort of happened, again, we were in that sort of limbo where I didn't really know. I had ideas and things, and diligently I worked behind the scenes on a few things, one of them being the course that I did, and I worked on that for many months. So a lot of the stuff was, I like to work and not really say much about it, right, and give too much about the projects that I'm doing until it's time, because I work on a lot of things that don't come to fruition, Yeah. I work on a lot of things outside of Magic as well. I have 2 other companies that have nothing to do with Magic or playing cards. So it was busy, but I don't know. I don't think that it was any different than what I would have been doing, to be totally honest with you. Yeah.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I think, a lot of your stuff was, remote anyway, right? Like you said, you work from home anyway, and you work for yourself.
I wasn't able to travel.
Right.
So before that, I would travel like every month. I was in a different city, country, whatever.
Right.
And even over the last many years, I've been to so many places. I've lectured and performed in over 100 cities.
That's amazing. Right?
And I never had, after I moved out of New York, I never had a set base. So, and like I was saying to you, Steve, things turned out the way they did so that I kind of got stuck here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because if not, I would have been with suitcases and the camera stuff and all this stuff, and from one hotel to the other. And obviously, so things worked out for that. So that, again, that's one of the other things that I wasn't able to travel, but I got to rest too sometimes.
I think having that, not having that home base for too long definitely takes a toll. So I'm sure this is somewhat of a vacation for you, as much as where you're kind of settled for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, I moved out of New York 2014, something like that, 15. Right. I've been traveling ever since, and I've had home bases here and there and in different parts of the world. But yeah, no, thankfully now I'm more settled than I've ever been in the last 5 to 7 years, I would say.
Yeah. That's awesome. Have you found that being settled has kind of changed your creative approach at all? Has it felt like it's given you new perspective or time that you may not have had because of traveling before?
Time, definitely. I could work on more things and more projects that I want to do and I'm excited to do. I can be more serious about, because I'm always doing like 6 different things at once. And so yes, definitely that. but it's just a shift of focus. So before, and with the traveling and everything, I have a travel company, so I was doing a lot of that as well. And while printing playing cards and taking photos of the playing cards and releasing that, and then I would do YouTube along the way, right, and vlogs along the way, and all of that. So that itself didn't change. It's just a shift of focus to work on just other things. So still working, you still got to work, you still can't not do anything during this time, and give yourself an excuse to be lazy, because then that doesn't help anybody.
We all know that we can make excuses to do that. That's
yeah.
Sure.
Oh well, that's easy,
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah. Now you said you had 2 other companies outside of Magic and Cards. Did you just say a travel company? And
yeah. So along with my girlfriend, what we do is we travel to hotels and we work with tourist boards and we do the whole influencing.
Nice.
I don't know if that's a word, but we basically create campaigns for resorts, for hotels, for brands, for products, and we do videos, photos, post them on our social media, create content for them, create a whole marketing campaign, create a whole a thing that they could use for themselves. So that's really fun because we get to travel and we get to see the world and get free, awesome vacations first and foremost, and then get paid for them on top of that. We work with the great travel boards and places like Bali and Maldives and Bermuda.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So when people are asking, like, how does he go to all of these places on Instagram and go to a random ass spot and with a deck of cards, and, take a photo of a deck, just like, why is he even doing it? I do a spring in the middle of nowhere in the desert on a remote island. But all of that, is part of something. I'm not just
it's all a green screen. It's all a green screen. Come on.
Yeah, actually, I think somebody did that. They grew their Instagram. I don't know, and all they did is just green screen, or rather, I think it was they shot in at IKEA. So they faked all their travel destinations, and they just went to IKEA and took photos in different parts of IKEA.
Like pretend like they're hotel rooms and stuff.
Yeah, and I'm in this place, which is not too unsimilar to what I do for a lot of times when I have to take photos for decks of cards. Yeah. I would go to places like Pier 1 Imports and in other places where they have decorations and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And especially in the winter time, right? And for Christmas, I want to put the decks and everything. So I just walk into it with all my decks and my camera and everything. And I'm like, here. And I take photos in all of these nice spots that are set up already.
That's so awesome. That's actually brilliant.
That's so good. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's funny. You go to a little Christmas tree where you buy Christmas trees. What do they call that? Christmas tree? It's not a patch, but
like a farm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not. Is it a farm? No, because they're not attached to anything.
So
pumpkin picking, you go to the farm and then you match it with your orange deck. That's brilliant.
Pumpkin colored.
To your sake as well, or, to your benefit as well, you have a whole bunch of colored decks, so it's not like you run out of ideas of where you can match things on colors. So,
well, yeah, definitely not. But let me tell you what, I have my. Hold on, I'll show you. Don't move.
Look at this place. It looks like a swanky jazz club.
It does look amazing.
Dude, when's the jazz gonna get out of here? Don't even start.
I will be 375 years old before I run out of NOC colors, by the way.
I have metallic ink here for you, buddy.
There you go. Got that metallic goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, there's so many colors, it's so painful.
This one's nice.
That is nice.
Maybe
that must be the next color.
Actually, there's 2 next colors, and they're lost in all this madness. But no, honestly, people laugh, and yes, it is somewhat funny, but it's really hard to choose good colors.
Yep,
I'm sure. I think
it definitely is. I'm working on a deck right now, and that's we have pretty much the whole deck, and I don't even know. That's why I have this, and I'm like, it's so difficult to pick a color.
Yeah. And you test them out, and especially like when it came down to like this deck with the two colors, you start trying to, because you can't obviously tell on the computer screen, right? So you're like trying to match the colors. You're like bringing these two together. You're like, kind of looks all right. What do you think? And you start asking people, and
then you print it and it looks nothing like it does, you know?
What's that?
Dude, these things are so expensive.
They're expensive, yeah.
For what it is,
They're crazy.
yeah. But
it's like $125, $150 for this thing.
And by the way, practically useless. I wouldn't say useless, but if anybody knows anything about printing cards, if you get your test cards and your sheets or whatever, USPC is not printing this exact color when they test it, right? When they give you the sheet. So you get the sheets that don't match the color at all.
Yeah.
You ask yourself, especially in the situation that I'm in with just, plain colors, what is the point of giving me proofs, physical proofs?
Yeah. They want to make sure the alignment is right.
Dude, yeah, let's talk about production of cards. Since we're on it.
Here we go. So, yeah, please. I'm my last 5, and I'm not like, I'll call them out. My last 5 deck runs, 3 of them have printing damages and issues and errors of quality control that I had to send back. This deck should have been out in March, to be honest.
That's crazy.
It came out in August.
Well, I mean, some of these processes that they do, like the printing, you're going to get the prints and they're not going to be the color that it's going to actual print in, so it's okay. So I'm saying yes to, like you just said, you're saying yes to this color that's not what you want it to look like. And then you get it back and it's, USPCC aligned, I guess we can say, where who knows what the hell it's going to look like, especially if you have.
Every day we get emails of miscut cards, and I'm like, how can I help you? I would really love to go to the factory and maybe just like align their which is obviously not the case, but like they don't care. They don't care.
No, and that's the worst part of it. Like the fact
and it's companies like us that have to handle the people that don't really know. They buy a deck and obviously they want nice, cards that are not, and I'm not talking about a little bit miscut. I'm talking about like, if I show you some of these photos and I save all of them, if I show you some of these, I once opened up a deck of cards. I kid you not, guys. I opened up a deck of cards with a friend of mine. I don't remember if it was my deck or his deck, but we opened up a new deck of cards. It was a custom deck that we had for our cards. And instead of our cards were in there, but there were also half-cut Tinkerbell Disney cards in our deck.
What?
Half-cut Tinkerbell Disney cards.
Dude, do you know how much that thing's worth? Do you know how much that thing's worth?
Oh my god! And that's the worst part about it. It's not even that like their quality control is non-existent, and you're right though, they don't care, and I don't understand. I'm hoping that
hold on, dude. Tinkerbell, like
Tinkerbell Disney
how
cards.
Does that even happen?
That's ridiculous.
Does that mean that just like one sheet
end up in the deck? I've had, and just going to like simple issues where I did a whole line. I printed as a little exclusive. I think I'm mentioning it here publicly for the first time. The NOC project is going to launch soon.
Nice.
So we have 10 decks, right, all ready to go. So it's a series of decks. None of them have seals on them, but they decided to put a random seal on one of them. I think it was number 3. A really nice, big, ugly USPC seal on one of the decks. Okay. So it's like things like this that you have to deal with, and you don't want to I don't want to deal with these things. I want to deal with like big ideas and really make things interesting and cool for the people to join. And we have. So if you want to talk about the printing process, we could talk about it. I have my opinions on it.
I think
I printed these ones, and these lines did not show up. They were non-existent in the other ones. So they just
You showed those on the in the course.
Yeah.
In the course, yeah.
And I
Crazy.
could go on and on. They once printed instead of a queen of hearts and a queen of diamonds in a deck, two queens of hearts.
Hearts.
That's
So I got cards with no queen of diamonds. And
they just did that with deck idea.
I had already, so this was like, this was the altruism deck back in like 2012. All right. And I had sold the deck when they said the deck was ready. And this was partly my fault as well. I had sold the deck and we sold almost instantly out of the deck, like let's say on a Friday, right? And we got it shipped to our warehouse on a Monday. And we only caught the mistake on the Monday after selling all the decks. Then what do? So anyway, what we did, we ended up doing is we printed Queens of Diamonds.
Oh, geez.
And we sent all our customers individual cards of one Queen of Diamonds.
That's crazy. Did you? What about printing through Cotamundi? You ever think about doing that, or?
Yes, 100%. We're doing a big project with them, scheduled for the end of maybe October.
So you'll get it in. You'll get it in.
We've been working on it since the beginning of the year. We've been working. No, actually, since probably I want to say November of last year. We've been working on this collaboration.
Wow.
And that's all I'll say.
All right.
So you'll get it by July then, yeah?
Yeah, 3 mistakes later, and
yeah.
No, actually, so printing with Cotamundi, like it's gonna be a project with it, but we're doing something really cool, really special, and I think it's going to be a very successful project.
Yeah.
Nice.
They print great decks. They really do.
Yeah, and honestly, their new quality, so the last version I saw in person was the Cardistry Con deck that they did for Cardistry Con last year, the last time they did it, right? And they were amazing. They were really, really good.
Yeah, their Slimline B9 is amazing.
Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. It's a collaboration between me and another brand, a friend of mine. So we'll see where that leads.
Sweet.
Yeah. So no, and I think that's one of the cool things about this industry as well is, obviously for so long, USPCC and Cotamundi are the household names, we'll say, for playing card producers. But I think so many new brands are coming up and really quickly stepping up their quality in comparison to some of these major producers. Who knows where we'll see a lot of cards being printed in the next 3 to 5 years, Yes.
Also, shout out to Make Playing Cards. They're making amazing decks now too.
Oh my God.
Yeah. A lot of the samples we see and the prototypes we see coming from them, even in the past like 3 to 6 months, the stock is phenomenal. Nothing what you'd expect from Make Playing Cards, even in comparison to a year ago.
Yeah. So I think at this point, it's just really, and like EPCC struggled in the beginning to really get past the fact that they're printed in Taiwan, right? People think Taiwan, they think China, but honestly, like even for me, we sold the most of the V3s, NOC V3s, the one with the sideways opening tuck that had a more plasticky feel. A lot of people didn't like that, and that's ultimately why we switched back to USPC.
Yeah,
we printed USPC first, we switched to Expert, and I printed with Bill, he's a genius in my mind.
Yeah.
So I love working with him, and I love, he was definitely an inspiration for me for a lot of different reasons, not just playing cards. Playing cards was the least of it. But the quality of that deck, I loved it so much. The problem was that it would get, it would fade really quickly. It would get clunky, but initially when you have that smooth zone, right, between after a few days of breaking it in and that, up to a week, 2 weeks, whatever, however long you use it for, that was my vibe, and that's just my opinion. And I didn't share the majority of opinion on it. People love USPC, like Thin Crushed and everything like that. That's for me. I like a thicker stock.
Okay.
Stuff that I do.
Yeah.
But I know, and that's hard to draw the line. And this is the battle that I struggled with in Magic as well, in releasing Magic, is do you just release things, that you put out things that you enjoy, even though if it's a conflicting opinion with your customer base, or do you just try to please them no matter what? And in Magic, it's very tricky, right? Because you could put out what I consider to be a really good effect, but it won't necessarily be the best seller, because it's not a piece of shit gimmick.
Yeah.
You know? That you will never use, that you would put into your butt. It makes for a great visual, it makes for a great trailer, but you'll never use it, and it won't make you a better magician. All the kind of stuff that the people who actually care about Magic would care about. So with that being said, same thing with cards. Do I just keep putting that out, or do I try to, and ultimately, Tyler, what I ended up doing is you have to make sure that the customers are able to get cheap, good quality decks. And I'm saying cheap as far as price. Cheap quality decks that they could use, abuse, enjoy, and they know that they would want to buy more, right?
Yeah.
So that is the reason that I switched from printing with Expert, even though I love the quality and I think it was great. And even the classic finish on their cards is, it was funny because I was hanging out with Laura London last week, and the deck that we produced for her, I still have, and it's still such good quality from years ago.
Dude, yeah, it's always good to see how like a really well printed deck does hold up the test of time. Like, and I think people are quick to like discount a lot of the brands that they may not like. I think there are people who are diehard USPC fans. There are people who are diehard Cardamundi fans who won't look at another card company, and to me, they're missing out on so much, especially as things evolve.
Right. Yeah. So that brings me back to my original point: is it is up to then the company to get the deck into people's hands.
Yeah.
It's about them getting it into enough hands and into enough, I guess, viable, influential hands that and I think some of it has been done. I'm really not up to date on the specifics of the card industry as much as I should be. But I think it's going towards that way where people are seeing this,
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah,
I'll tell you one thing. One of the best decks I've ever printed was the worst decks out of the box. It was the nautical decks, and they were printed like 7 years ago or something. But I'm telling you, we printed it. It was the first and only time, maybe perhaps, that we printed in this company. And
Legends. Was it Legends?
No, it was with Expert, and it was at a different company, at a different printing press than all the other ones. And we tested it out for this one.
All right.
And out of the box, they were clumpy, they were bad, they were horrible cards. But once you broke them in after a 2-day period, they were the smoothest cards I've ever felt in my life.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You know what it is? You know what it is, honestly, because I'm totally at fault here, and I think it's because we're just not used to the idea of we need to break them in. And a perfect example is Lee Ash's Fournier decks, right? The big thing with the Fournier is you have to put the time into it, and that's when it starts to break in and feel like the deck you want it to feel. And I think I am the first to admit I have every single one of your decks except the Expert decks, because I used to have them, but when I did get them out of the box, they just don't feel comfortable, and I'm totally to blame.
It's all about Yeah, Steve, it's also about what kind of magic you do, what kind of sleights do you do. Do you just like to practice sleights on your own? What kind of temperature do you live? Do you live in a humid place? So it's all going to be dependent on that, right? Right? How long it lasts? How long do you prefer it to last? If you don't mind the deck wearing out in a week's time, right, and you can buy more and you have the ability to buy more easily, then you might like other certain decks. So for me, my type of the sleights that I do and the style that I do, like I said, I prefer more stiffer kind of feel to it. But I can see all sides to it. I can see people that would definitely hate that, and would prefer thin crushed USPC, which a lot of the ones that we do are thin crushed, right? At least all the Svengali ones, we do thin crushed. These ones we did thin crushed, etc. So it's really going to be depending. And so, you take a look at it as a card producer, you take a look at, all right, again, back to that same question, do you go for the majority, right? Do you do a few of them that will please the ones that are really into like the sleight of hand? Because I know for a fact that people that are into like really hardcore sleight of hand and doing weird moves and all of that stuff, we prefer maybe a thicker, maybe that, because thin crush, they warp a little bit, and again, depending on the weather. So it really just, it depends on you. So we have to try to take that decision into account for our printing.
Yeah.
Well, I think from a business point of view, you also have to take into account you're always going to have people who, you're never going to get 100% of the people are going to love what you make. I think,
and that's the thing with everything, Tyler. That's the thing with literally everything that you do. If you go out in the public eye and you think that you're going to please 100% of your fan base, your customers, you're living, in a fairyland. I think you have to be smart enough to navigate through what people want, through the sort of negativity, and really just stick to what you have to do yourself justice, and you have to come up with products and interesting things that you will be proud of, and the people that will take interest in that are the ones that are going to stay for the long term. People that are here and there and they don't like this that you do, that you do, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's a part of life. No matter what, anybody, and the more, I guess, let's call it quote unquote big that you get, the more people are going to be against you, and the more people you have against you, the more fuel you have to build yourself higher, because then you're doing something right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's very true.
Honestly, yeah, because if people are out there hating what you're doing, it means you have visibility, and that visibility is what you use to grow. So no one cares about the channel with 2 people who watch it, because those 2 people who watch it are probably dead on loyal fans. You don't have a hater who's watching your 2-person YouTube channel every day. But once you get that visibility, once you get to that point where you have people who are not supporters, and to me, it always kills me though too, the people who don't support you and who really go out of their way to make it known. Again, they're doing a marketing job for you right there. People are going to.
I take it as a compliment, to be honest, of exactly what you were saying. They take the time out of their day to but even as far as YouTube and stuff is concerned, I understand as far as playing cards are concerned, what I mainly do is produce NOC cards, which are not meant for everybody. And that's okay.
Yeah.
They're not meant to be for everybody. There's more talented, incredible deck producers and people that are making cards for different specific reasons. For if you're a collector, for if you want to, display and make it look nice, right? Because our average NOC original maybe doesn't look great on the shelves, but there are so many other decks that do. But what it does do is give you a cheap alternative option to use, abuse, and get more. So in that light, I totally understand. They're not exactly what I was saying before. They're not meant for everybody, but I let the market also determine what's good, what to keep, what to change. I let that be the determining factor of what I go forward with, right? And if it works, there's no reason to give that up. And it's the same thing with YouTube, and it's the same thing with people that don't understand the content and whatever. That's fine, and that's really, honestly, that weeds out the people on my channel, right?
Yeah, right.
If you come to my channel and you want a reveal of something, or if you just want to learn something quick, and by the way, if you haven't seen the YouTube videos that I do, I talk and I get comments like, just shut up already and get to it. Well, I don't want those people on my channel, to be honest, because they're not going to take it seriously enough to want to learn, to want to better themselves.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I encourage them to view my videos and then be along their way.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's all right. Just shut up, Alex, get to it. Hey, totally cool. Totally cool.
Just make sure you like the video.
Or dislike. It doesn't matter for me. Like, dislike my videos. It's the same thing.
I mean, yeah, engagement's engagement in this day and age. Like, that's the funny thing about it. Like, you look at all the platforms where people dislike. It's like, yeah, you disliked it, but at the end of the day, you still watch the video enough to dislike it.
They comment and like the best. Like, I don't get any sort of rude comments or anything like that. But the ones that I do get are like, you know, send me free deck, or they're like, you know, I do get I talk too much. I do get that sometimes, and just get on with it, which that's, you know, tough luck. You gotta. But I do get send me free deck, but I love those sort of comments, because then I could just, you know, really kindly reply, like, no, they would say, please send me deck, you know, something like, I am from India, sir. So I would say, of course I could send you a deck. Here's the link where you could throw them in your shopping cart, purchase them, and we'll send you all the decks you want, 100%, guaranteed. It will show up at your door.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I think it's all part of the, you know, you have to be it's part of the game, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of funny. I have a store, you know, a card store, a retail store online, and I get messages, people asking, can you send me decks and I'll do deck reviews for you? And I'm like, have you seen our show Deckin Around? We do deck reviews, and I'm not a deck, like, I don't print decks. I'm not a deck maker. I'm actually, it's just, I think people just like asking for free decks.
Oh yeah. But like I say, like, that's what, it goes back to your point, Tyler, that's what's going to weed out sort of the people that will stay with you for years to come, the people that are going to be interested in things when you do like a course, or you do like a more, you know, a larger project, and be with you on that journey, right? Rather than the random people here and there. But I understand all sides, and I understand that, like, my tutorials are not for everybody, my decks are not for everybody, and that's okay. Like you were saying, Tyler, not everything you do, you're gonna please everybody, and you have to be okay with that to do anything, really.
Yeah.
You know, people have to have harder skin. Like, I see, and I don't go on social media much, and I don't sort of engage with outside. Like I was saying, I like to stick to my guns. I like to do my work. All outside things, you know, and that is nothing to do with anybody else, right? It just has to do with me. But when I do see people that, like, either respond to comments and everything in a sort of negative way, or take offense to it, I don't think that should be the case, because
100%.
you're going to let that get to you, and that's going to impede your creativity. You're not going to want to do things anymore because, oh, what if these 3 people think this?
Yeah. I have to say,
no, that's very true.
And I think we've probably given this, like, the shout out on the show before, but I think the best person I've ever seen who handled all criticism and all comments, whether positive or negative, is Cam Toner. Spidey calls people out, but Cam Toner.
two different reactions. Yeah.
Spidey will, like, straight up put you on blast if you're a jerk to him. So, like, the last one he put up was, like, someone was like, Spidey, I love your magic, but did you make your hair disappear? And Spidey's like, listen, I know I'm bald. Like, you don't have to be a jerk about it. Now I'm just going to block you from my social media. And I was like, all right.
So yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, because then you're taking offense to it. You're letting them win, basically. You're letting it gets to you, right?
And the reason I say Cam Toner, though, is because for OPC, he will literally be on every social media platform and respond to every single comment, positive or negative, and with the same amount of appreciativeness for someone actually commenting. Like, I've seen where people are like, these cards are pieces of crap. All it is, you know, knocks with fruit on the back. And Cam will be like, honestly, like, I really appreciate your opinion. I'm sorry that you're not a big fan of the cards. Hopefully one of our future decks will be something that's more to your taste. And, like, he's the consummate professional about it. And he really, like, takes it all in stride. Like, he does it so well, and he doesn't let it get to him, which I think, like you said, you know, you can't let it get to you, because it will paralyze you.
I like that argument.
Then you're stuck in your own head. You know, then you go, everything you do is, then you have that in the back of your head. When you do a video, or when you do a deck, or when you post a comment or something, you have that in the back of your head. No, you just gotta, anything that is you just got to literally do the part the river. But I agree with that, and I wish that I could respond more to comments, and like, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't really care enough to one way or another. You gotta do you, right? That old phrase. You got more important things to do than.
Yeah, no, 100% agree.
No, 100. That's totally true.
Well, and I think that's part of it as well. Is, at the end of the day, like the reason you are where you are is because of you being true to yourself. Like, if you're then going to start worrying about what other people think about it, and granted, like you said, like we talked about earlier, you have to take into account the market and your customers and what they want, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to compromise yourself either. And you can compromise yourself in so many different ways, including being too concerned and too interested in what the social stigma is around whatever,
that's hard. That's horrible. Is my opinion. It doesn't mean that it's right but for me, that would just literally stop me from doing anything that sort of I want to do. That will make me start making my videos just really dumbing it down and getting to the point and not really talking about the things that I want to do if I take these comments to heart or whatever. And I think everybody gets it, right? Anybody who has any sort of following, I think, gets that sort of stuff from one person, two people eventually. But if it gets to you, I think that's the worst thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, I think it separates, the different types of people in the community for sure. That kind of brings up the question, we're talking about negativity and stuff like that. One question I just wanted to bring up is, the whole YouTube and tutorial, kind of duality. We have, we've asked this to several, magicians that we've had on the show, from ECAT to Heba, and what's your take? I mean, obviously you're, a magician who teaches tutorials online. So we obviously know your take, but what do you have to say, on that argument, I guess you can say,
Is there an argument?
So I guess,
not for me, there isn't, but for those people that want to argue about it, saying teaching tutorials online is not the way to do it. It should be from a mentor or from a book, the way it originally was, and that stuff. What's your take on?
I think everybody has obviously the right to their opinion. That doesn't mean anybody's right or wrong. I think different people have different ways, first of all, of learning, right?
Yeah.
I think just in general, as time goes by and as technology evolves and as generations go from one to the other, there will be things that change. And maybe, I'm older than 30 years old right now, right? So I'm starting to see how I can look at the previous generation, right, coming up and saying, well, this is not how it should be, right? I can see a little bit in me saying that. But at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, things will evolve, things will change. And again, like I said before, it's up to the market to determine whether this is going to be good, this is going to be bad. It's the people that are interested in what you have to offer. They will tell you which direction that, they will, and it will be up to you to take it into the right direction for the right people. Right. Now, with that being said, you obviously, it's a tricky thing with YouTube for secrets, right? I started YouTube for the simple fact that I wanted to teach people the correct way of doing things because there were too many bad tutorials online. And if it wasn't me that was going to do it, I would let the other people that were not teaching it right. So now you have an option of, do you have all of these random, really bad tutorials teaching it wrong, giving you the wrong advice, giving you the wrong theory behind how you should do it, why you should do it? Or do I come in and teach you the right. Now that obviously sounds a little arrogant on my part, teaching you the right way to do it. I'm not saying it's the right way of doing it, but making you think a little bit more about magic, right?
Yeah.
And because the tutorials that I do are the certain way that I do it, it weeds out what Tyler was saying earlier. My point being, it weeds out the people that are really not interested in it. So
yeah,
however many people are following me, I guarantee you they're not going to follow me because they want to, you know, I do moves, I do sleights that you have no idea if you were a magician or actually into it. Wouldn't know. You'd be bored silly out of the first 2 minutes and click off my channel and then leave me a comment like, you talk too much, get with it. And then, all right, that's fine. You know, enjoy the rest of, you know, finding other things that are interesting to you on YouTube. But they're not going to come back to my channel, and that's okay, because we're weeding these people out, and now we're growing a community. And Steve, you know this from the course that we've done, a very successful course, in my opinion. I had an amazing time with it. It's super inspiring, and that was off the back of 2 years worth of value that I would give people without really asking for anything in return. This was the first time, really, if you think about it, in 2 or 2.5 years of doing YouTube that I say to them, hey, I gave you this value. Now let's do something together. And, you know, at the end of the day, pay me for something. Okay?
right.
If you don't provide value, you are of no use to, especially YouTube, especially to the people of YouTube.
Yep.
Right? Of the people online in general, we consume and we appreciate people that give us value, and it's so important to give them without expecting anything in return.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So when I would go out and lecture and do all this stuff, I love teaching magic, and I love giving good tips and seeing what you're doing and saying, what if you do this, this, and this? Because performing and everything, and throughout the years, you know, I've had different stages in my magic that I started learning more and more about the impact that we can have with magic, right? And the magic industry today is diluting magic. It's making it a hokey novelty. It's making it something that is not, that people, they don't want to get into because it's cheesy and it's gimmicky and it's all this stuff, the preconceived notions that people might have of magicians and magic, people have of magicians today. And it is because of magic on TV. It is because of, we let anybody who's anyone, right, to put out products with all the magic companies.
Yeah.
And 99% of them are awful, and they don't make you a better magician. Nobody cares about you. You are the average person watching and really wanting to learn, right? Whether they be 12, 13, 14 years old, how I was, and I had to go and buy videotapes and everything and do that. But I tell you what, these kids right now, they're literally gonna, and it's you know, it's that old saying, they're gonna be the future of magic, the future of magic. But I honestly think if you give them the right tools, right, and you inspire them the right way, and you teach them to think the right way, that's so much better than having them spend money on gimmicks and on tricks that they'll never do. And the companies themselves, all they want is your money, and all they want is you to just spend and spend and spend. And are you kidding me? And then are you going to come and say, oh, well, you know, this download and this effect, and like, honestly, like, you're living in delusion at this point. I've had people, and you don't know, and I save these messages because, you know, when you have a bad day and everything like that, and you want to push through it, these messages give you a reason of doing why you're doing. I've had people that were sick. I've had people that were in the hospital, people in depression, people in all these kinds of states in their lives. And my silly little YouTube videos with the yo guys and how you doing, and here's a little move. Here's how you could do this better. And they inspire you. That takes precedent, I'm sorry, over anything that you have to say about a secret or things that are already on YouTube or things that people that don't care about it will not find anyway. So that's why I said, Steve, in the beginning, is like, is there an argument for it? I really don't think there is one.
Yeah, I mean, not with us, because we agree 100%, you know. And if I can say one thing, you know, you were talking about value, and I say this all the time. I feel like I say in every single one of our fucking episodes. It's like, the one thing that I really, not the one thing, but one of the things that I really respect about you and your brand is that, yes, you can charge a lot more money for what you do, what you give people, but you don't. And the value that you provide is better than anything else that's out there. Your decks are super affordable, and your support.
Right?
What?
No, Steve will
What'd
say
you
this
say?
all day long. Honestly, he's a firm believer in what NOC stands for. Really, I mean,
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'll be honest. I found your brand. Your brand was one of the first I found when I got into Magic, and I think, I didn't have a job at the time, and I think one of the big things that made me able to buy several decks of cards that I like, because I'm not a big fan of the Rider Back. That's not my style. So when I came across your, no, I mean, especially the red ones, but so I came across your brand, and it's more my style. It's just clean, it's classy, and it's just what I like, and I can afford it. And again, if I wanted to have someone sign a card, if I wanted to, I don't know, even if I wanted to throw cards in practice, or if I wanted to do anything, I knew I could buy another deck for $7, and I didn't have to worry about it. It's not going to be sold out tomorrow. I'll be able to get it when I want to, and when I did want to learn something, and I, off your YouTube page, whether it was on the Blue Crown, your prices were super affordable, and you always have discounts on your packages. And I'm not going to go into this big long thing further than I have, but I think it really says a lot about you to keep your prices at what they're at, because a lot of people in this community and industry right now are just jacking up prices, whether it's decks, gimmicks. Tyler and I do reviews on gimmicks, and we get some of these things.
Yeah, some of the prices on them are ridiculous.
We're like, this thing's $50 fucking, and like, we'll do it and it will break. And it's just, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and you're 100% right on it though. Like the drive to make money without inspiring loyalty is rampant in the industry, and it's a shame. Like, it genuinely is, because I think now is a time when Magic has the opportunity to expand its audience significantly. There's a lot more accessibility worldwide for people to learn Magic and get interested in it. And I think to some extent the stigma when I think we were all growing up of like, oh, Magic is nerdy, has to some extent gone away. People are more accepting of things. Somewhat gone away. I mean, you think about it. I mean, we have Heba in the chat who also said, you inspire us daily. That was to you, Alex. But like, I think, Heba, who is a TikTok magician, like has built a significant following on social media based around Magic. There are a lot more people into Magic now than I think there would have been even 15 years ago. And so for these companies to still operate like it's 15 years ago goes to show how short-sighted their long-term goals are within the industry and for the community.
Yes, 100%, Tyler. So like, I guarantee you. So it's really about, in my opinion, is now if you think about it, all these people are getting into Magic. Then you think to yourself, who are they going to come see? How are they going to learn and all of that stuff? So that you have to be able to drive them in the right direction and teach them the right things. And if you're just going to suffocate them with like you were saying, the latest, however much it costs, the gimmick that breaks or whatever,
yeah,
that's not going to inspire them to want to go further in this. And and then going back to the points that you were saying about keeping the prices cheap and everything, my goal with this is to keep it at $3-4 deck of cards, and one day maybe I'm going to do that, and I have plans of doing something like that where they're the same price as an ugly bicycle rider back, what other day-to-day decks are there? There's Phoenix, right? The Phoenix cards are the ugliest cards I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
yeah, pretty ugly.
But but super successful because they keep the prices cheap and they have gimmicks and trick decks with it and everything. And the guy behind Phoenix, a smart guy. So, but they're just really ugly cards. So with that being said, you also have to in keeping the prices cheap. I also obviously I do limited decks as well, and that's to also please collectors.
Yeah.
Also please people that want. For me, I could care less if I have a deck of cards that has a little seal on it and it has a number on it. But that's just me. In my opinion, in this case, does not matter because there's so many people that want that. And so people that want to display, I have number whatever, make a limited amount of decks. There are people that want that stuff that you can't have. So this is why we do things like, for example, this is just one that I have here, is this one, right? Again, a limited one that we're not going to print again. The NOCs we print over and over, and we've done many, many decks of NOCs, but there's ones that we're just not going to do for the collectors to be like, wow, this looks nice and shiny and they don't print it anymore, and it has a little bit of value, whatever you want to say. A little bit of design aspect to it, not too much, obviously. But you have to give that option as well.
Absolutely.
And if that option is not for you, guess what? We have options that are for you.
And I think that's the best way to go about that too. You do have to, not everything, and we even said it earlier, not everything's going to appeal 100% to everyone. But that's why, especially in a industry where there are tons of decks of cards, you really can try and tailor each deck to the category you want. And I think
100%. And I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see what we're going to release on Sunday as a little plug. On Sunday on houseofplayingcards.com, we're releasing over 100 decks to the site.
That's going to be sick.
Yeah, we heard.
Now, I'll be honest with you. All of this, we've worked on it for months. Do I know 80% of the decks? No, I do not. But I relied in good faith on my buddy Kier Gomes. Everybody knows Kier Gomes, of course, and he handpicked all of these decks. And of course, we have the traditional ones and the ones that I wanted to obviously have, like Art of Play decks and Theory 11 decks, and the people that inspired me to start printing playing cards.
Nice.
We could talk about that whole process here in just a second of how I started. But, the sort of legends, right? The old time sort of staple of playing cards. Now there's so many I can't keep up.
Yeah.
Nor do I want to, I should keep up, nor do I want to keep up. But there are so many nice ones that I see like on Instagram, just scrolling, so many great designers and great, just taking it to the next level design-wise. I would like, however, to see more interesting promotions for decks. I would like to see more interesting stories and more interesting marketing concepts and just the whole aura behind a deck release. Yeah. For what I know, and I might be wrong with this, people, what they do is they design a nice deck of cards. Maybe they hire an artist or they do it themselves. However they do it, they take a few photos, mediocre photos, I would say, at best. And then they set a date, and that's it. And then it's released. And then they wonder why they don't sell out of their limited 2,500 deck run or whatever.
Yeah.
Or in Kickstarter, the same thing. We used to work a lot in Kickstarter in 2012, and we had a lot of decks. We did a few projects in Kickstarter, but we also tried to print decks for people that wanted to go to Kickstarter, because what Kickstarter people don't understand is there are so many other costs business-wise, right, to printing a deck of cards than just what you see as your deck, the cost per deck is, and you multiply it by however many decks you have. But then you have the shipping that you include in your Kickstarter, but then you have the handling and you have to ship it from somewhere. Well, how do you do that? You get a warehouse, you ship from Art of Play, or you ship from Gamblers or one of these places. So there's, especially back in the day, I don't know exactly how it is now, people were losing money on their Kickstarters.
Yeah.
It still happens.
Yeah, it still happens. Yeah.
Still happens,
right?
yeah.
And also, I would like to see more effort put into, again, like just the aspect of the deck rather than trying to put it out either on Kickstarter or something just to make money off of it.
Yeah.
I think I see a lot of that too. And again, this is just my opinion on things. It doesn't say, and like I'm the least person that you want to ask. I know the least about the playing card industry. I know what I do. I know what I can do and what I can't do. But I feel like there should be more effort into why should we buy this deck, right?
Yeah.
It just has a different design. It might be a nice design, right? But why should we buy it? Why should we care about you as a producer? Why should we support you? What have you given to us?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. You know, Steve and I do.
You know, I was told this in the beginning of my company. It's very hard to dismiss a person, a face, a personal brand, but it's very easy to dismiss a company. And if you have a faceless company, we don't know who you are. We don't know what you stand for, your values, what you give to the community. It's very easy to dismiss that and then ultimately not buy your product.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, and we see this all the time. And, you know, I mean, the best way to say it is there's a lot of companies out there that are just shit for companies, right? And people...
And you'll get that with every industry.
Huh? And
you'll get that with every industry.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
It's in every industry, of course. There's great companies and there's shitty companies, and it's crazy because a lot of people, you know, don't care about the actual brand, the brand in their meaning and what they stand for, you know, and that's just you know, it is what it is, you know, and I think when you can actually grab a hold of a brand and relate to it personally. And, you know, you can actually stand by that because you believe in that that brand because they are going that extra mile, you know, and
it's something that, you know, I've struggled with over the years of like, why, you know, and, you know, the things that work for us is plain boring colors on the back of playing cards. But why does that work, right? So I asked myself that question, and my whole thing, and I think people out there might be thinking to themselves, of like, all right, I have this idea or I have this thing, it's going for me, but how do I take it to the next level? I think the most important thing is just ask yourself interesting questions, and then you're just going to start answering those questions in a more interesting way. So like, ask myself, why should people care about just the plain back, right? Especially right from the start, right? The first editions were not marked at all.
Right.
And then the marking system came with a very brilliant system from a friend of mine. He had an ESP deck, and this is just a little bit of history on the marking system. He had an ESP deck where the corners were marked for circle, plus sign, wavy line. So if there were two sharps, it would be a plus sign, right, for the ESP cards. If it was 4, it would be a square. Right? If it was 3, it would be the wavy lines, etc. So an amazing marking system, and I had permission to use it for the NOCs. And then now all of a sudden you give a little bit of reason to why I should have these cards. Okay, Mark Pursuit, that's fine. Then take into the account the price, right? Then take into account, boom. And then we started doing, you know, a lot of my photos, especially back in the day, were matching your deck with your clothes, right? Matching your deck with your socks or whatever, you know, the case may be. Matching the deck with the drink, with the beer, the whiskey or whatever. And that led to like, you know, I remember having a deck of cards and with a whiskey and photoshopping the deck to look brown. And that was one of the first Photoshop things that I did. And I was like, brown, I wanted it for the longest time, but I knew the feeling for it. I knew the feeling at the same time that the color came in, right? So we just try, and then, you know, obviously being just like, what else can you do? What else can you do? All right, well, why don't we put like stories to it, right? Why don't we put things like, let's make mini movies for it, right? I was talking with my friends and, all right, how can we do this? Creative names using NOC, right? Like Fort Knox, right? For a deck of cards. So you start again asking yourself interesting questions. You start doing more interesting things, and we enjoy doing that. I think people enjoy the stories behind the decks. We try to make like a whole universe to it. Whether we'll be ultimately successful with that, we'll see. We've done a few of them, but I think it just brings some sort of excitement to your product, you know? I just, right before this, I filmed a YouTube video and I was just talking about this beer, right? And this beer itself isn't anything exciting if it was just the beer, but because they made a futuristic vibe and their photos on Instagram are all retro style and 80s theme mixed, you know, that sort of cyberpunk synthwave thing that we did for our deck release as well. That makes you want to drink this beer.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this didn't taste all that different from any other beer. It was great beer. It was really refreshing. But I guarantee I'll buy this because of the feeling that it gives you rather than Heineken.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely something. If you can relate to something or connect with it, you're going to be more apt to follow it, right? And you know what gives you those ideas? You know, obviously you have your friends, you know, people like Nick who are super creative. You know what? I would love to. You know, you guys should create a video on a brainstorming session on how you're creating all this stuff around kind of the trailer. You know, because I think a lot of decks, like you were saying, a lot of decks when they come out is just like, oh, look, here's the next deck. Oh, and then a week later they're like, oh, here's another picture. Oh, here's another one, and then
something secret coming soon.
Yeah, and for me, I don't even care about that stuff. I just want to see fucking deck already, right? And
I want to see who's behind the deck. Again, why should I care about it? What was the process of designing this deck? Does it mean anything? Does it mean nothing? Did you just literally were you inspired by this, and this? Like, who are you, and why should I buy your deck? Like, honestly, I think people should think of that a little bit more than just trying to create a cool design. Cool designs and everything that wore off in 2012. I'll be honest with you. You know, and then you weed out, because nowadays, you know, I think of it like this. Nowadays, people, so many decks coming out, people only have enough to buy a few of each, right?
Yeah.
And that's for sure.
And I see this in at least my reports and you know, the numbers. Taking a look at the numbers, cold hard numbers. Design decks, you'll get a few here and there.
Right.
But why is it that NOC still sell by the bricks?
Yeah.
Every time and continuously. Yeah. So and it's I'll tell you why. It's because they use them, and
people love them. They use them, and they're affordable.
Use them, throw them out. You know they're gonna get more.
Yep.
But just a design deck of cards that faded years ago, I think. And unless you have that personal connection with your audience, like I think a few people do in this industry, and you create that and you build that together, and maybe you build the deck of cards together, right? The initial concept behind my NOC project was to literally ask the community to build a deck from scratch, right? That was the initial concept of it. And you build the deck from scratch. So you ask them, do you want you know, something as simple as a regular white border, or do you want a colored border or no border, for example? And then every week, the community builds up a deck of cards until you get to my NOC, right?
Right.
The initial concept of this project. We've obviously went a different route with it, with a genius idea from my buddy Fabian, who's from France, who came up with the sticker idea.
That's great. My NOC,
it was genius, absolutely genius. But that line is
that 10 deck series, right? The My NOC series.
We have already 10 ready to go, and we're gonna do probably one a month.
That's awesome.
Nice.
The first one was gonna drop this Sunday, but it's not. So it'll drop on my birthday, October 10th. I think that's the day that we're gonna do it. I could show it to you if you guys want.
Yeah, let's
see it.
We're not gonna say no.
Should we do it?
Why not?
Yeah, we should. Let's do it.
I said that, but I don't know if I have it.
Oh man, the ultimate tease.
I can show you it on here.
Messed up, dude. Messed up.
I have it. Stay in your seats.
That's too funny.
All right, I have an unopened one.
Oh, if Here's the thing: if you feel like opening it, we have our little deck sniff that we do. Sniff for stew.
For stew.
What did you call me?
Oh my god.
What did you call me, Steve?
I called you. Yeah, let's see it.
All right, so it's not open because I don't know where the open one is. So it is unopened. I could open it for you if you want.
If you're cool with it, let's check it out.
All right. This is what it looks like.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So basically, the NOC project will be 10 versions of this deck with different designs. Basically, we took what people would post on hashtag #MyNOC and we created a deck based off of that. So it's not the exact, whatever they took a picture of, but we took that idea and each one, we took the most common ones, right?
Right.
This one is metal. So it has just that metal feel to it.
Oh, nice.
That looks awesome.
And so what did you want me to do? Open this and
then and sniff
give
the
it
card.
A sniff.
Yeah, sniff the card.
Sniff. Tell us what vintage it is. You've seen it here
already.
first,
It's 2020. If you want that, I should put it in the decanter for a bit.
Let it breathe a little.
Wine. Should I leave it in here for a bit?
Yeah, let it sit.
That would make a funny. It probably wouldn't make a funny anything. Never mind. All right, so I'm gonna open this deck. This is the first time this is being shown. I was gonna release it on Sunday, but I'm not. Doing a very good job at pitching this.
Your birthday's not that far off, though. So for anyone who is interested in it, for anyone who is excited about it, keep an eye out for Alex's birthday, October 10th, and this will be dropping then, somewhere about there, right?
I think so. At least that's what it is in my notes in my phone.
Game plan is 10/10. Keep an eye out. It may change. You'll see.
Yeah. First look right here, yo.
Do that. Pop like the bottle.
How amazing is it that USPCC finally got their tear strip right?
It's mind blowing, honestly.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Them now, you can't say anything, right? But at least we got the seal right.
Yeah. It only took how many years to get that right?
They're starting from the outside and working in.
Only do safe magic, okay? Stay protected, my friends.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bad magician jokes. All right. No seal on this. Very important. All right, so I gotta say, over the years, I've been it sort of turns me on, the smell.
Just keep the camera angle where we're at, all right?
I kind of, a little bit of nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
Blackberries.
There you go.
Wood, definitely wood. I can feel the wood. You know that sort of crisp burning wood in the wintertime?
Is it oak or cedar?
I think definitely a little bit of oak.
Okay.
Bourbon maple, I would say. Bourbon maple.
Huh. Okay. Just Canadian maple?
So the most popular NOC is obviously the Black NOCs. Black NOCs have every year ones put together. So on the back of that, we've done a metal design.
So
sick, yeah.
That, you know what that looks like? It looks like some dope wallpaper that you'd have on your computer. So cool.
So obviously faces are all normal, so don't get too excited for the faces, but it's the most important thing is a bit of
Arco faces?
No, all normal faces, yes. Normal ace, normal, everything is normal because just for me, and this is going back to that initial point, it's like I need normal faces, at least somewhat normal faces. There's, again, people that do amazing custom faces, and I love to look at them. And if I were to collect cards, those would be the cards that I would collect.
Yeah.
But, for me and for, I think the majority of people that are into buying my playing cards, they want normal faces to perform with them. So they can swap in here and there. But the most important thing, so we have the whole project sort of goal on here.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
So you would get this, you would get stickers as well. But the whole idea for this is to strive away, because NOC has become such a sort of worldwide brand, as they would call it, that we want to take away from just a simple one color design. So you'll see slowly going from designed aspects like this to more and more designs, to more and more patterns, to more things that you wouldn't consider NOCs.
That's exciting.
So definitely a step forward in the brand itself. Definitely a step forward for people that want a little bit more design aspect to it. And we've gotten things that, and we're doing things like, in this case is metal, right? Or look, we have a countertop that's marble, or we have a jacket that's leather, or we have wood, or we have, I could go down the line of all these different things that people have submitted and wanted to see in decks.
Right.
So we're going to try our best to do, and we're doing really interesting things like there's funky ones as well. I don't remember the exact numbers of them, but there's funky ones that you're like, wait, what? And so I'm excited to see how people are going to take a few of these.
But here's the problem. People aren't going to be able to say, oh, it's just a NOC anymore, right? They're not going to have that argument.
It's actually kind of funny too, because I think it's one of the most successful things about NOC, obviously being a very inexpensive brand and being such a long surviving brand. You're probably one of the only decks of cards, though, that people don't complain when it's just a recolor. Which it's hilarious in the sense that so many other brands get so much guff for like, hey, you just recolored your previous release, and it's like every time I see someone be like, oh, NOCs, like they're just recolors. It's like, yeah, but that's the idea. Like, you get it, right? Like, I love that aspect of it.
And no, you're right, Tyler, 100%. But so what we try to do, at least I think about it in this way, is like, if I'm going to make another color, right, at least give it something, right? Do winter NOCs.
Yeah.
And put a cool movie that we could do with it to give a feeling, a flavor, or something to it. If we're going to do a neon one, they're NOC sports, or, at least give it a little bit of something that, because then I deserve all the criticism that I can take, where, all right, well, there was no work put into this as well. Just as a simple example, like we did 3 versions of the X deck, and the next 3 versions are going to be all with different X's, different designed X's.
Nice.
Before there were painted ones.
Yeah.
And then moving forward, so each series is going to be 3 versions of each series with 3 colors, but the different X's and different designs, and with a little added something to it, and going forward in that line. So I always, obviously try to make it as interesting as possible, and not just tell USBC, hey, we're going to do this one in magenta now.
Honestly, though, I think
it's the 3, 5, 4, 3.
I think the simplicity, though, speaks to a lot of people, which I think is really cool about it. And I
think that's what makes it. I think that's one of the things that makes it successful, is just the simplicity of it, and that you don't really have to. I always wanted this deck of cards ever since I saw it in the Michael Murray ESP deck. I think it was called Beyond ESP. Is that right? Don't quote me on that. But I saw the deck of cards, and I put one of the cards on top of a bicycle deck. That's all there was at that time, right?
Yeah.
Custom, really, very few custom cards. That was back when I was like 12 years old, right? So 20 years ago at this point now. So 20 years ago, took that red, it looked like a NOC, put it on my deck, and I was like, this would look like a cool deck of cards. And it started stuck in my mind. And then we took a chance on it, doing it. And when I first showed the design to somebody, the idea to somebody, they're like, the hell is this? And they're like, no, you don't understand. It's nothing.
I love it.
We have some.
By the way, I want to just, as a misconception that I think people have of NOC standing for nothing only color, that is not what it stands for. That is not the reason why I named it NOC. Let's put it that way.
Just happy coincidence?
Yes. Well, the name itself was there, and I mentioned it on one of my YouTube videos. So that's all. People that know will know. It's on one of my videos. I'm going to say which one. There's now hundreds of them that you have to go through to find the real answer. But happy coincidence could be a way of saying it, where I had the name already from somewhere.
Nice.
And it fit. So I decided to name this particular brand of cards NOC because it also fit. But I could have very easily used it for something else or that kind of stuff. So, I mean,
Iomide in the chat says going from nothing only color to not only color.
It's a good, good like marketing evolution there. Yeah,
it works. Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
So I think we've been talking a lot about the playing card side of things, but you're also an extremely accomplished magician. And you mentioned earlier that you were very young when you first got
you.
I mean, listen, Steve raved about the class. You obviously had a very successful class with this, but what really, what got you into magic? And I guess at one point, did you really realize that this is like, did you instantaneously know you wanted to be a magician, or was it something where like, as you kept playing around with it, you're like, this could literally be what I do for the rest of my life?
I think so. It's an interesting story behind it, and I'll go from the very beginning. I was 5, 6 years old, and I had some friends in school, classmates, you would call them, that would come over my house after school, and my grandmother would babysit them. So they didn't have, their parents were working, so they came to my house, and we did our homeworks together, and we ate chicken noodle soup while playing like whatever the console was at that time, Nintendo 64, whatever it was, but
nice.
No, it was probably before that. And their father would always come and get them from my house, right? And they would spend hours a day. And their father was a magician, and actually he was a clown. And he would go to birthday parties and dress up as a clown and do like sponge balls and do whatever the tricks were with the silks and everything.
Nice.
So he came to my birthday one year, and I didn't know it was him because he was all in full makeup. And it was shocking to me that he was the clown. And then when I realized that, he showed me a few things. And one of the first tricks, and I think the first trick he showed me, was where you have the ace of hearts turned upside down, and it would make a diamond. It would look like a diamond. And then you put the aces in different parts of the deck, and they would come together. In fact, the tattoo that I have here is from Erdnase, but it is for that trick. So this is the first effect that I learned.
That's awesome.
At literally 6, 7 years old, probably at that point. I was in 1st, 2nd grade. And then my interest in magic was there. I knew about magic. I loved it. I got maybe some books at Barnes and Nobles or whatever. Is really not a huge thing, but it was interesting enough. But also at that time, I was doing karate, a Shotokan. I was doing piano. I was doing a whole bunch of different things. I was in the soccer team, and I tried to kick the ball around, even though I was horrible at it. So I was doing a lot of things. So it definitely didn't stand out, and I didn't say I wanted to be a magician at that point. At around 11, 12 years old, I would say, I found a magic shop in Queens, New York, where I grew up. It was called August Moon, and in the back of that party store, it wasn't a magic shop, it was a party store, where you'd go get balloons and things like that. You would go to the end of the aisle, and there would be a counter with magic. And I'd be like, what is this? And the person behind there, he was in high school. He was just a regular guy. His name was Jonathan Price. And I owe him for getting me into magic, teaching me the first sort of things that I learned in card magic especially. And all he did, to be honest, was there was a bunch of VHS tapes, right? Jeff McBride, Michael Ammar, Daryl, all the greats. And he would obviously know the material there, and he would say, look, I'll give you lessons on magic. And I'll be like, awesome. And he would just like teach me what the videotapes would teach me. And I only realized that after the fact of buying the videotapes, and then be like, what? But John taught me this. Anyway, long story short, that's how I started learning. And every Saturday, my mom would bring me to August Moon. It doesn't exist anymore. And I would learn the latest thing from John Price. He is now a heart surgeon, a very successful heart surgeon. Wow. Just by the way, a side note. So we sort of grew up. I was his really only client at that small little magic counter, and he was the only magician that I knew at that time. So years I would go back to this magic shop. Then I would buy videotapes at that time. So like I said, Michael Amar, and learn all of the stuff. And I was really into it, And then I found Tannen's Magic Shop in New York City.
Nice.
Legendary.
And he took it to the next level. He taught me he would bring me when I was 13, 14, 15 years old. He would bring me to bars in New York City. And he would sneak me in because he knew the bouncers, right? And I still remember this. I think was one of the nights that really just lit the switch for me. And he snuck me into this bar, and it was loud, and it was music, and there was people all over, and I was like, wow, I'm out. But at that time, magic and sleight of hand and playing cards were just a thing that I would do for myself. I would show my friends, my family, a few tricks with the glide, but nothing that really, I didn't understand what it meant to be a magician. So Magic Ballet takes me out, sneaks me into this bar, and then he goes, all right, let's go do some magic. And he had this briefcase, and I was like, that's a little weird. And he opens up this briefcase, and there's a whole bunch of gimmicks and things, and fire wallets and ITRs and thumb tips, and I'm like, things are cut out perfectly, and I'm like, oh, that's okay, fine, I'll give you that. That's cool, kind of in a nerdy way. And then he goes, all right, let's go show some girls some magic. And I go, what? 13-year-old little boy, right? I'll be like, what do you guess, please? Okay, what do you mean? I'll tell you what, guys. He said to me, point out anybody in this room. And granted, it was a bar in New York City. It had two separate areas. There was a lot of people there. And I pointed to this one girl who I still remember how she looks. I can picture her in my mind. This is how much of an impression that night left on me. Wow. I still remember how this girl looks. If I see her today, obviously it's been more than 20-something years, so probably I will not recognize her. But let's make pretend that she looks the same now. If I see her in the street, I would recognize her, guaranteed. Anyway, I point to her. She was hot. and without hesitation, Magic grabs his props, puts them in his pockets, and walks up to this group of people with guys and girls, but specifically that girl, and starts showing magic to these people, and it blew my mind in two. It literally changed my world upside down. That like, wow, you can actually show people magic first. Wait, what? And he got such a reaction from it. And then he did a few things. I remember, fire wallet. He made a dollar bill levitate or a coin levitate. He did sponge balls with napkins, right? He took a napkin and he did this in half. And he did one over here, which is such a logical solution to sponge balls. Like, you carry around sponge balls, you're a bit of a nerd, I'm not gonna lie, and you're kind of don't feel like, I don't want to be associated with you if you're gonna pull out red sponge balls in the middle of a bar and try to impress somebody in a reasonable way. But this is like, all right, here's the solution, because sponge balls, the effect itself is very powerful. You put one in my hand, one in your hands, we're gonna share, and you do the one phase that is very, very powerful. So anyway, this night changed my life with how I looked at magic and close-up magic, at least. And then, then I was hooked. Then I was guaranteed a hook. And at that time, it was David Blaine coming up with his first few specials. Yeah. Right? Street Magic, Magic Man were already aired on TV. World's Greatest Magic, I had all of them on VHS tape. And I started, I already learned card manipulation. So I knew all the card manipulation before I learned any close-up magic to produce cards, to do split fans, to do all that kind of stuff. And then, so that really took me to the close-up magic side of things. And then years and years later, I didn't know too many magicians. First gig that I did, I had to dress up as Blue from Blue's Clues.
Do you have pictures of that or video?
Oh, I wish, man.
That'd be hilarious.
That is the best thing ever.
You know what you should do?
Here's the funny thing. over the years, I'm like, okay, well, people do gigs, right? We make money with it. I want to make money. I was like 15, 16 years old. I don't know how old I was at the time. But I wanted, that's about the time when you get a part-time job, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to use this. So a friend of mine in high school, his name was James, who actually runs a very successful entertainment company now for kids entertainment, for doing like magic for kids and putting on parties and stuff. And he was the only then person I knew in my high school that did magic, because I was doing magic, and he came by and he's like, I'm a magician too. So anyway, long story short, he introduced me to, I guess, an agent, you would call it. And the agent himself was one of these scammy little agents that would go around 16-year-old kids. Now, you want to make a little bit of change? Hey, come work for me. And I'll be like, yeah, I know a card trick. I know how to do a double lift. I guarantee they will get reactions. The guy's like, whatever, kid, I don't care. So, so 3 times, I worked with him 3 times. The first ever gig that I did, he sent me to middle of nowhere in Bronx, New York. No clue how to get there, right? Because at that time there was I didn't drive. Can't look up directions, so you had to print out the directions on like Yahoo Maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, MapQuest. So anyway, and then he springs this on me the day of the event. He's like, you could do magic, but what they really want is we're gonna send somebody with a costume, and if you could just put this on, cool. And it was a damn Blue from Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues. Oh, mail time. Jesus Christ. And I did it for the $50 or $100, whatever it was. But so then I thought to myself, I'm like, and I went with James, my friend that I was talking about in high school, and we had somebody to drive us there, because we're like, look, we don't know how to get here. It's the middle of nowhere, huge, bad neighborhood. I think I heard some gunshots on the way into this place. There was like 3 kids running around. And I stood there and I did this the whole time. And then
Dude, you need to come out with a video and go right to Blue's
reenact my first gig.
Oh,
yeah, that'd be great. Or you know what you can do? You can come out with a Blue's Clues deck.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
Yes. Like a nice, like blue with the spots on it. That would be phenomenal. One of the suggestions from the chat for another idea of a NOC deck would be a NOC / David Blaine collab.
Ooh. Yes.
Uh-oh. Does that mean there's one in the work?
I'm not going to say anything.
I think that would be phenomenal. So
that'd be dope.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more collaborations in the community for sure, like intertwined collaborations. I think it's super important. We don't see enough.
Yeah, because everybody brings their own thing to the table. I think collabs are important. I think, especially like for me, I like to do collabs with people that I respect and people that I look up to and things like that. And like that's why it was so cool to do like the Art of Play. Dan and Dave were really the inspiration of one of the biggest inspirations of me getting into the doing my company. Is because I worked with Dan and Dave on a few downloads, and I saw the process, and it was just so cool and chill and everything. They were very inspiring to me. And we've done collabs, obviously, with literally, I think everybody that you could think of, we've talked about collabs with.
Nice.
So, that's awesome. Now, what got you into the collab? Well, I don't want to say, I guess you did a collab with Theory 11, but you also kind of worked with them on the Red deck as well, right?
Yeah. So, here's the deal with JB, Jonathan Bain, who runs Theory 11. Again, from the very beginning, I did a download with Theory 11. I liked the process, and him as a businessman and entrepreneur and everything like that. Him, Dan and Dave, and the people that I've worked with inspired me to come up with my own company, because I saw them doing it. They were young men my age, and I literally said, if they could do it, why can't I? Right? Yeah. No reason why. And I think that's what everybody should kind of take a look at, of them wanting to do anything. There's no reason why you cannot do anything. Right. So with that being said, yes, I was in talks with when I first did the collab. With the Red NOC deck back in. So I guess it was 2012 at that point. I was in talks with Product Red for many years, and we were going back and forth. We didn't know exactly how to execute this. And then JB worked with them on another project, I think, along with Neil Patrick Harris. And so it was just an obvious thing to do, to use the back design for their deck. So they were going to do a deck, which now they're doing.
Yeah.
Which is a different thing from the NOC with their collab, but because we also were in talks with them, they were in talks with them. Me and JB are close. We kind of said, okay, for the first run of cards or whatever it was, let's do this thing together. Yeah. And it was a fun little thing, and for a good cause. And I like doing that. Obviously, I do charity decks every October, so that was cool. But now the Product Red is something else. We did collabs with Theory 11. We did another collab with Theory 11, the midnight ones, because everybody loved the red ones. Everybody. Then I said to them, okay, how are we going to make it different? We added the extra border, which are ultimately going to be something called the NOC Pro edition. Nice. Which are border fully marked. We have the system already in place, and if you have the Midnight NOCs, I don't know if we actually said that in public, but there it is. They're fully marked. That's a cool surprise.
Nice.
So we have the system done for years and years now. It's just a matter of, not overwhelming people with too many things, but that will come out soon enough. But we did that collab. We have collabs in line with, my Art of Play collab. I really liked, just because it took it to a little bit of a different, the gradient really made it stand out.
Yeah,
that was one of
those were so cool decks.
Really took it away from the one color.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool. Did you kind of pull your inspiration for the Cardistry-Con NOC from that kind of
yeah, definitely. Yeah. So the Cardistry-Con NOC, I intentionally made so it has that gradient feel, so it can match obviously Art of Play, because they asked me to come and do the talk at Cardistry-Con. So I'm like, all right, let's do a deck. How do we do it? I had this idea for a concept for a deck, and then every one of those little blocks, I had to pick a different color. Granted, it was CMYK, but I did a different color, and it took me forever I did that myself. So I'm sort of halfway proud of myself. It shouldn't be anything to be proud of, but anyway, I made sure that it sort of resembled the Art of Play ones as well. And to this day, I have constant emails about that deck more than probably any other deck.
That Cardistry-Con deck is one of the best feeling NOC decks that I've held, for sure. Yeah.
And you know what it is, Steve? It's like you have to get lucky with the actual feel, because everybody prints the same sort of stock and finish, right? Then there's only very few options. But you have to get lucky on the time of year that you print, the time of the humidity in the factory or outside or whatever. All of that sort of plays a part in how it ultimately feels. So I think they came out really, really nicely.
Agreed.
Yeah, I liked how you didn't have a video for it, but you still told the story with your outfit, and just how engulfed in your stories you get. If it's a video, it's a video, but if not, then you still...
Yeah, we wanted to do a whole thing that was very, 8-bit Nintendo, Super Nintendo kind of style, NES, but we were going to set up at Cardistry-Con a whole area where you could play a Nintendo, like the first Super Mario 3. Right?
That would have been dope.
So we set up this whole thing, and I actually bought, and I still have, I have no idea where they are. They're probably in my storage area. A bunch of they reproduced NES. So Nintendo, the ones that you put the cartridge in and you press down and you play Super Mario 3.
You have to blow on it
in small little versions. So I bought a bunch of them that I was going to give out. They didn't. It was a mess to get to Cardistry-Con and to get this deck done and to get everything done for it. We didn't have time to build wanted to at it. But we did have like the bag and the uniform and everything, whatever. So then when people take pictures, at least there's some sort of vibe to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean, it's that just goes back to the whole thing. For me, it makes it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more worth doing, right? Than just
Yeah.
You gotta have fun with it.
Yeah, we had someone in the chat. Aaron said he loves the superhero themed decks. Do we know when the next edition of that will come out?
I have 2 designed already, but this year was very weird. So this year, definitely, 50% of the decks, probably even more at this point, are not going to be able to be done the way that we want them to. We're going back and forth on which one we want to release next. But ultimately, I will also want to take it further to do villain ones.
That would be sick.
Joker,
that'd be cool. Yeah,
that would be so sick.
But really kick it up a notch. So we're not the next ones. I'm not super happy with them. I want to really take the limited edition to the next level. So for example, I'll give you an example. Iron Man, right? You could think to yourself of a cool Iron Man deck, and what would that entail? And we could just do it the simple, easy, boring way, or we could really, really do it up. Okay, so same thing with we want to do a deck called the Dark NOC Rises.
And Heba just said that.
Pun on words. I love me my puns. But the Dark NOC Rises has to be something epic, I think.
Right. Yeah.
And so all of this takes time, and we were going to do one for release probably this year of one of the Super NOCs, but that will be delayed because of obvious setbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, people will be excited about 2021, so hopefully it'll be a good year for cards in general. And a lot of the plans that I think, I think the other good thing about it is, kind of a light in all of the darkness here is that you're not the only producer who kind of got stuck with all this stuff. So thankfully, it's not like competition was out there dumping a bunch of decks on the market and you were the one who couldn't get stuff out. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, we were backlogged a bit, but I don't know other people if they've had the same sort of issues. I mean, we've had also printing issues as well, but I don't know as far as what other people are doing, or whether they produce at their maximum capacity this year or not.
So we've talked to a lot of different brands about it in general, just talking through the show and everything. And from everything we've heard from, we talked to Cam a couple weeks ago, most producers seem to be several months behind on their schedule from where they thought they were going to be, when they really planned out the year.
Correct. Yeah, I think what you could just hope for the best, and I mean that's why I break it up. The way that I think about it is I break it up into 2 segments, and I print the decks that I do print in the beginning of the year for the first half, and I print all of them, and then in the middle of the year a little bit earlier for the second half. Okay. So I do have I'll tell you what, Tyler, we have 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to say 8 decks off the top of my head for the end of this year, starting now. 8 new decks at least.
Nice.
Dang.
That's exciting.
That's awesome.
Hopefully some new winter knocks. Hopefully we get some good, we know the
We'll I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I say that as a joke for the ones coming out on Sunday. So for those of you who don't know, Sunday, come to the site 3 p.m. Eastern time. We have more than 100 different new decks that are going to come on the site. But like I said before, it's no joke. I looked through a little bit of the inventory. They look nice and everything. I do enjoy some of these decks, but I don't know half of them, man. I don't know more than half of them. But some of them are okay. Some of them are very rare, like some really hype decks that I don't consider at all worthwhile. But we're going to have them on the site for people that like them. Whatever. If people like them, they like them. they want to get them, we have a few bricks. We're going to
Nice.
actually lose money on some of these decks. And Kier knows
What
better
time-
than anybody. We're going to lose money on a lot of these decks that we're going to offer to these people at
Yeah.
a very good price in bundles and in places that you can't find anywhere else. And that's the whole goal of House of Playing Cards. We're going to be actually the House of Playing Cards. Instead of just producing and selling our own decks, which we've done for 8 years, we're going to take it up a notch. And if you want rider backs, bicycle, well, guess what? We have them. If you want the latest, whatever the hype deck is, we're gonna have it. Not a lot.
What time are you opening up the shop on Sunday?
3 p.m. Eastern time, but we're gonna do a live stream on my YouTube at 1 p.m.
Cool.
Okay.
So
I'm
I
gonna have
will.
3 of my friends on there.
All right. Who's going to be on there?
Who's gonna be on there?
I mean, other than you, I think everyone will come to see you. But it's always, you mentioned friends, so why not?
Yes. Well, it's gonna be me and Kier is gonna be on there as a sort of host and the navigator through this live, and he's helped me tremendously. So big props to him. He's been nothing but amazing through going out and finding these decks.
Nice.
Right.
Because if it was up to me, I'd be like, so what colors or what now? So we have some really, really cool decks, but so that's all props to him. But
Yes.
he's going to be on, and we're going to invite 3 people on. I'll give you one name,
All right.
just so then people could come to the live, right?
Hey,
Right.
listen, it's a good draw.
All right. So do you want the first guest, the second guest, or the third guest?
Let's go with the second guess, because that way you
I
still
was-
have the
I agree.
surprise at the beginning and the surprise at the end. Yeah.
I agree. Second. Yeah, I agree.
I feel
I
like
don't
we may
know.
have picked the best
I'll
guess.
be honest, I don't know the order. Damn it. Wait. I have it sent to me. I think Kier is Kier in the chat?
I don't know. Here, you in here?
I don't-
I haven't
I-
seen
I
him
haven't
pop in
s-
yet.
I haven't seen him say anything.
Who is the second guest? All right, I'll just tell you who I think the second guest is.
Okay.
It's Orbit. So Orbit's
Nice.
gonna be on.
Chris is such a
Nice.
good dude. Such a
Yeah,
good dude.
we love Chris. We
Yeah.
love Chris.
That'll be.
I've known him. I like what he's doing because he really takes his time and he really puts effort into his brand, and he
Yeah.
really puts
Yes.
brand behind before anything else.
I agree.
I
agree.
And he's doing some great things, and he's a very, very nice young man.
He's
Yeah,
such a
I
good
agree.
guy. Yeah.
When did we have him on?
Hold on. Real quick there, though. Isn't he older than you?
He might be.
He is.
He
Yeah.
might be.
He is.
Because
Yes,
I think he's my age. So
All right,
Yeah,
so there
we
you
got-
go.
yeah, he was
That's how
on.
you see like how young I feel, guys. Don't make me older than I am. I'm already starting to get wrinkles, and I'm not looking as good on my videos as I used to.
Whatever.
You're really only as old as you feel. So at the end of the day, like, age, disregard it, enjoy life. Doesn't
I
matter.
got a lesson from Tyler. Thank you.
I mean,
Both of you guys are
they're
both
also
young.
great. They're also great. So obviously we all know Orbit from his Orbit brand, but the 2 other guests, they have inspired me to do what I do as far as in this industry from the very beginning. And they're people. They're at least one of them is somebody that you don't really get to see often. So I think it's going to be interesting. And along the lines, we're going to try to get people on and do cool things with other people. And I think that's important. And same thing what you guys are doing, granted, I haven't checked out a lot of the stuff, but if I'm 31, that means you've done 30 other people in this industry, right? That you've chatted to, and you've done that and you've held your ground. And I think it's amazing. So props on you guys for
Thank you, man. Thank you.
we
doing this.
appreciate it. And honestly, we're glad to have you on. I mean, 30, like you said earlier, 30 would have been a fun one, all things considered, but 31 is still, it's crazy for us to think back on, because I think Chris might have been like episode, I want to say somewhere around 20, and it goes so quick to think about like.
Okay, so you've had Chris on.
So we've had Chris on, we've had Dan Buck on, we've had Cam Toner from Organic on, who we mentioned.
Okay.
We've had a good spattering from Cards and Magic.
I'm sorry. Tell me from Organic with the fruits, right?
Yeah.
His name is. There's two, right?
So it's Cameron Toner now, and Nate Lex used to be the other one, but Nate stepped aside from the company.
Okay.
Yeah, but
yeah, I met them at CardistryCon. Really nice guys.
Really nice guys. They really are. And I think that's the fun part about this community, though. You get to meet so many brilliant business people, but also who are just genuinely nice people, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, like in such a small industry, you really have to have sort of the niche itself could be they could be split up into many different little segments, and I think that's what the industry itself should be a collaborative process to bring it together, to bring it into whatever the next step is for us as card producers, as magicians, as whatever we want to call ourselves in this industry that we are, because we go back and forth, cards and magic and tutorials and slights and collectors and all of that stuff, whatever we want to call ourselves. I think it's super important not to be disconnected from one another and say, or my little group is special because this, and my little group is this because of that, right? And we start segmenting ourselves, and we're already so small already, right?
Yeah.
One of the companies that I work with my mother, one project that we do is, if we're talking monetary terms, is 2 years of playing card sales.
That's crazy.
Right? So we're very small. And I think people have their own ego and their own cliques and their own everything. And I think, for me, I can see how I'm super busy as it is, and I don't am involved in the community as maybe I should be, but I think it isn't to my benefit. But I think at the end of the day, the community is so small that we have to work together. This might be a cliche thing to say, work together to create something cool for everybody, because we're literally nothing on the scale of the real world,
Yeah.
No, so very true.
Without a doubt.
Very true. Yeah.
I mean, Steve and I have had this back and forth, very frequently, just looking at like the collector side of things. Like, you really think about the number of people who are card collectors. It's probably, to be optimistic, sub 2,000. 2,000 people collect playing cards in the world. Like, that's nothing.
Yeah. And they're alternating, right? Like, at any given time.
And not all collectors will collect your deck.
Yep.
Let's say there's 2,000, whether the 2 or 5 or 10, it doesn't matter. Not all of them will buy or fund your Kickstarter or so I think that's why it's important to also, obviously it's very important to know your audience. So if you're only doing it for collectors, you have to be okay with just selling,
a couple hundred here and there,
or 2,500 deck run. Hopefully people buy more than 3 decks.
Yeah.
Right.
My advice is to look at because like I said, I go back to the numbers, right? You have to look at the field, the niche that you're in, and what your average order can be. This could obviously be very easy to put that sort of number when you're doing a Kickstarter or a Kickstarter campaign where you have pledges and you have the number already specified, right? And so then you can sort of average it out. But when you're doing a deck of cards and you release a deck of cards and you go, okay, well, I think I'm going to sell this many deck of cards, right? And I've had this conversation with a few people, people that I produce cards for and I help them produce cards for that people don't know about. I tell them, I say, all right, how many decks do you think that you're going to sell? And if they have an answer for that, then I know they're on the wrong track, because it's not about how many decks you think that you're going to sell. All the time it's going to be less than you think. When you're new and you're starting out, it's about how many people, and it's a numbers game, it's how many people that you can reach. And you have to understand that in any industry, you're looking at a 2%, maybe a little bit more because this is so niche. It could go even up to 5%, but let's just call it, let's say 3.5%, right?
Right.
Those amount of people, of the people that you're going to reach, are actually going to buy your cards, right?
Yeah.
So if you have 2,000 people in this industry, or 5,000 people, or if you could only reach with your Instagram 5,000 people, well, guess what? You're going to sell 100 decks of cards, 200 decks of cards.
Yeah.
You know, and you're going to be left with 800, a few thousand decks, and I see this a lot, and I hear about this a lot here and there throughout the grapevine. So you have to just keep in mind, if you ask me for my advice on printing new decks and everything, you have to play it as a strict numbers game. You have to look at how many orders you think you're going to get, and average your order out. So you have to average. And this is very hard to do without having any data. You have to average your order out to say, my average order in this shop on my product, maybe it's 20 bucks, maybe it's 60 bucks, maybe it's 100. And again, it's easier on Kickstarter because you could put those pledges in.
Yeah.
Right.
You could average it out. But when you're doing a deck of cards and you put that on the site, for collectors, guess what? They're going to buy 1, 2, 3 decks tops.
Yeah.
I feel. Right? So your whole point is to get the average dollar amount up, not how, and that is going to be determined by a predetermined number of customers that you're going to have based off of how many people you could reach.
Right.
So if you just work backwards, you'll have a very successful deck, you'll have a very successful product, etc. But if you're just going into it blind, I think you're going to learn the lesson the hard way.
Yeah. No,
without a doubt.
Unfortunately, a lot of people learn that way.
Yeah. And you know what, though? I have to say, I think a lot of people who do learn that way, and I think this is one of the things that I respect a lot about this community, is even the ones who maybe don't succeed the first time or succeed and take a beating on the back end on their profit side, they come back and they try again and they learn from it. And I think, while I think there's a lot of resources out there to make sure that you probably have a better experience with it, I respect the people who don't, take it and not come back. So.
Yeah, and especially the people that, like, exactly what you're saying, push forward and make it better the second time and make it, all right, we did a Kickstarter the first time, now we're going to take pre-order the second time, and now we're going to cut 10% off the top, right?
Yep.
Why should we give Amazon their cut of a very small margin product anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're working in quantity. We're not working on, because unless you're selling your decks for $20, $30, $40, it's very hard to make your money, the margin on it, off of a few thousand decks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you could very easily tread through it and break even by selling wholesale and giving discounts and all of that kind of stuff. We don't like to think of it that way. We like to think of it as, you want quantity, and this is the reason why we try to go for, and it's not a quality type of issue, because of the fact that the quality, there's only a few different ways, and it's very easy to print a few number and get the same quality as a better brand, better deck, better whatever you want to call it. So this is why you have to really, really think of this product and your few dollar margins, and really work on rather building up that community, building up your customers, giving them a reason why they should back you, why they should back your project, why they should support you, rather than just, I think this design is cool.
Right. That's so true. Tyler and I actually we do a segment once a week where we go over all the Kickstarter campaigns, and we kind of talk about them and stuff like that. And one of the things we stress for with every single campaign is a story behind the deck, and basically pretty much what we've been talking about, this whole session, I guess you can call it, this whole conversation, is just tell people a story. Why should we buy that deck?
Build that connection.
And we're big believers in that.
Yeah. So we actually had some good questions come in too from the audience here that I kind of wanted to dive into before we forget some of them. And this is a quick one here. So Diesel Illusions want to know, will there be another collab deck with Randy Butterfield coming?
That's a good question. I met Randy for the first time 2 years ago at Magic Live in Vegas.
All right.
Nice.
But I've worked with him since 2011, I want to say, or probably 12.
Nice.
So for many, many years, and I think he's one of the top designers in playing, at least for playing cards and the type of style that he does. I don't think anybody comes close. He's a super nice guy, very respectful, very, has a family, and he's that just type of guy that you want to like sit down and just chat with,
Yeah.
And we've done one of our most successful Kickstarters, raised I think 120,000, was his initial. I'm blanking on the name now. Somebody remind me in the chat. But we did a whole series with him, and granted, it wasn't my style, but it was successful on Kickstarter. And yeah, it was. Oh God. Anyway, the point being,
I'm sure somebody will know it.
Is he created the Crown Deck Luxury deck. He created a few other decks for us. He designed the Bicycle Inspired deck.
Oh, nice.
So, the Bicycle Inspired deck, which was
which is a great one. Yeah,
it's one of my personal projects that I had in my mind. It came from a dream, and the dream was I was hating on Bicycle so much, Bicycle Rider back so much, that I sort of created my own deck in a dream. And the whole idea of Bicycle as a brand, it faded throughout the years. And what I think of Bicycle as a brand, I think of Bicycle as a story behind it. I think, well, what do we do, right? As kids, we get on the bicycle and we try to ride it. And one of the first things that maybe our dad teaches us, or we have that connection with, and it's one of the life lessons of just like not giving up, right?
Yeah.
You get on the bicycle and you fall, and then you get picked back up by whoever, and you go again. Yeah. And sooner or later, you're going to learn to ride up, even as impossible as it seems in the beginning.
Yeah.
And I love that sort of, so Bicycle as a brand is not taking advantage of a human story that we all have within us.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So doing the Bicycle Inspired brand, I wanted to bring that back, wanted to bring that feeling back. And when you have a deck of cards and you're a beginner in card magic, and man, sometimes, and I know that feeling, you want to go perform for somebody and you can't bring yourself to do it, right? Or you can't bring yourself to give you that sort of kick to be like, man, I'm going to kill it. They're going to love what I'm going to do. I'm going to do these tricks, and I'm going to do these things, and I'm going to say this as my pattern, and they're going to love it. No, we come up with shaking hands, and we're nervous. And if they ask, please don't ask me to show you anything, because I'm right. So we have to get past that, right? So we look at the deck of cards, and on the deck of cards, it says, never give up. It says, follow your dreams. It says all of the stuff that those quotes initially, even though they could be thrown into like a influencer's Instagram post, right? And it could be just thrown, one of these quotes that are thrown away. It does, you look at that deck of cards and you go, all right, maybe that pushes you forward a little bit. So back to Randy, he designed it in collaboration. I was like, I want to do this thing, and he had this idea, and we went back and forth, and he designed that. So amazing talent.
Yeah.
Amazing to work with. I never have had a problem at all working with him. And I've had problems working with designers and people that are just like full of themselves and everything. Man, this guy is as modest as it gets, and as creative and as talented as it gets. I would love to do things with him. He did a few other decks, snake oil deck.
Nice.
Great design. So to answer the question, long story short, and going back to the people that comment on my YouTube, Alex, just shut up and get to the point of it.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty of this show. The point is, you can ramble on as much as you want. That's the point.
Well, I'm just getting started. I mean,
we absolutely love it.
This is my second glass of whiskey. I've had a beer, but I had this whole bottle, and this is, I don't even know, but this is 12 stars year something whiskey, and it's fancy
Don't-
and it's tastes really good. So
nice.
We'll
We,
get you through
we had a
class
question.
3 easily.
it is 3:00 in the morning, and I'm good to go.
Nice.
So don't worry
Nice.
about me.
Perfect. We had a question come in from Heba, who is our guest last week, and she's a huge fan. And she wanted to know if you have any rituals before you perform or anything like that.
Steve, say that again because you just cut out a little bit for me.
Basically, we had a guest on last week. Her name is Heba, and she's a big fan of yours. And
All right.
she wants to know if you have any rituals that you do before a show.
Yeah, I drink a beer. I'll give you the honest answer, and I'll give you the answer that probably you should take advice on. So, for at least I've done 3 shows where I put together the shows, they're actual shows. And I'm not talking about gigs. I've done gigs throughout college to sort of get past and, gather a little bit of money here and there. But as far as shows, I put together 3 exclusive parlor type shows, mentalism, sleight of hand, all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
And to get ready for that, I think the main thing is that you really have to know what you're going to do inside and out.
Yeah.
You have to be comfortable with the audience. So if there's one thing that you can do beforehand, and something that helped me, is that you're always more comfortable performing for your friends, or at least people that you know, than you are for strangers.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if at all possible, before you perform, if you could talk and joke around and get to know at least 1 or 2 people in your show, or in whoever you're performing for, that's going to make it so much easier, because then you could sort of just talk to them, joke around a little bit with them. You have a drink, you do, here you go, cheers, okay, boom, and where are you from? Okay. And you do a little bit of banter beforehand. It's going to make your show, because then you could sort of talk to them. And when you go out and you're looking out in the audience, when I look out into the audience of my 52 people that I set a limit on in my show, 52 people, and I look for that one particular person who I'm comfortable with, and I talk to them, and I look at them and I say a line, and then I go, but I'm not looking at anybody else. My mind is wandering, and it's all up in here. And I'm doing my pattern and everything, but I'm talking to this one person, and because they met you before, because they're more sort of connected with you, they're going to give off a little more, and now you're building off of that. So that's one thing that I can say. And the thing of like having a beer beforehand, that was a joke, but it really was not a joke. When I do go lecture, and I've lectured all over the world, I tell people, I go, look, you want to have a good lecture? That's fine. I will give you a good lecture. If you want a great lecture, give me a beer before we start. Give me a beer in halftime.
Yeah.
And
social lubricant there.
before
Keeps
I,
it
was
good.
30, before I turned 30, it was fine. I ate, I drank whatever I want. But now, literally, I feel like I'm pregnant.
Just blame it on COVID, dude. Just blame it on COVID.
Yeah, it's easy. But so that's the sort of joke around this. So like, yeah, I give a better performance. Really a joke more than anything. But I think an honest answer would be you have to feel comfortable to deliver a comfortable performance. And there's a lot of different things that will block you from that. And one of the things is going out cold into an audience you don't know. You know? So even if you can have a friend in your audience, even if you could have, somebody who you sort of relay it mentally to, I think that's going to help you. Know your stuff inside and out, and don't take yourself too seriously.
Yeah.
And I think one tip is I wouldn't mind if you take chances more than, like, you have your script and you have your set things that you want to do, but I think taking chances and risking being wrong and risking doing something like this, right? So, Steve, you just name a card.
King of Spades.
So it's obviously not the King of Spades. Right? Because you just literally said that off the top of your head, right?
Yeah.
And there was no reason for you to know that this was the king of spades. There was no process to me holding a card and you learning it, right? But do you want me to teach you how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so as a very honest answer, Steve says yes, and probably people in the audience were like, yeah, I want to learn to do that. But so look, what did I do? I just literally took a chance. I took a card out that magicians might say, 5 of clubs, 4 of clubs, 6 of spades, whatever, these sort of random cards. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Because if it doesn't work, if you take chances, and if that hit, that was a miracle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? But a lot of the times it's not going to work. And what you're going to learn is you're going to learn to get out of these situations. Maybe not the first time. Maybe the first time you're going to be like, no, you got it wrong. Not know what to say. That's fine. What's the worst that's going to happen?
Nothing. We grow from it.
Yeah.
The second time, you're going to be like, wait, maybe I could say this. Third time, and this is how I started learned to do these sort of things, right? So when I go, boom, I go, well, of course it wasn't. Because you don't know the process of this yet. I haven't taught you it. We haven't done this together, and we're going to go through it over the course of the night. And by the end, after our second drink, Steve, you're going to learn to guess the cards by basically reading my mind. At least it's going to seem like that to everybody else. But Steve, you're going to learn something tonight that you're never going to forget. And now, I just said this. I have no idea what I'm talking. Let's say, make pretend. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Let's say I just said that. But it's going to force you now to be like, all right, how can I do this? So Steve believes he reads people's minds, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, and then I take him to my side. So my answer to the question is also, I think taking chances, I think, is a big part of magic because you learn more about yourself than failing at a trick. Learning about yourself and how to get out of situations and how to jazz and come up with interesting solutions for things tops your being afraid of failing at something.
Yeah.
And the more that you can pivot that, the more you will be a better performer, a more fluid performer, and doing things off the fly that people will be like, wait, okay, hold on. Right? And then you could take it further, right? Once it hits. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't matter. It's not part of the thing anyway. Of course this wasn't it. Well, because I'll tell you why. Right? Steve, Tyler, I'll give you just another example. Can you think of a city, maybe, I don't know if you have a girlfriend or not, but if you do, right? Or you can make one up. And I'm sure you may be like, guy, girl, or whatever.
I've seen her once in video, so I think she's real.
But can you imagine going on a vacation with her? Maybe when all of this is over, you could picture a place where you could take a selfie, the sounds and the smells of this place.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what it is, right? It honestly doesn't.
Okay.
What is the place?
Rome.
And so I had, you can't see that here. I had Rome. What a coincidence. No, it wasn't Rome.
It was a short. It was a short.
It was just a short one. I was like, yeah, cool.
You can't see that. Anyway. There you go. So it was Paris. Anyway, Rome would be the second option. So now I would come up to you and I would write down Rome on a piece of paper and cross it out and then put Paris. All right. So now when I write it down, right, and maybe I'm way off and you're like Singapore. And I'm like, well, I would go to Paris. And here's what's interesting about that. And then you just put it off to the side. And now that is not an effect anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So
that's
anyway, that's
clever.
what I'm saying about taking chances. And Steve, you know about this because of the course and like how I'm trying to push this sort of mentality of don't be scared to go out and perform. Don't be scared to go out and take chances and things like this, where it's literally you're just guessing. Let's just say there might be methods behind that madness, but let's just say you're just guessing. It was really interesting, obviously, when you hit it, you have to take credit for it in the correct way. But when it doesn't, it's going to make you a better performer because you're going to make yourself be like, all right, well, fuck, it's not. How do I turn this into something that, well, he said this and it's this, and I go, well, I wrote down Paris. Well, because so then you think to yourself, you go, well, and I would go to Paris and you would go to Singapore, and this is really interesting because da 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 da, and you go into it from there. So what I'm saying is like the flow of everything matters, right? The flow of everything will make you a good performer, or will make you be like, yeah, I got it wrong, guys. Sorry.
No, that's I think that's a great way to look at it though too. And I think it, you force yourself to have opportunities to grow. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. Opportunities don't always just present themselves. Sometimes you have to make them. And like you said, forcing yourself out of that comfort zone and taking chances is a great way to make those opportunities.
Yeah, 100%. You can't script everything that you do. The learning process happens in performing. The learning process, at least for me, and I might be wrong in this. I might be completely wrong, but for me, I learn more in performing something for somebody and taking a chance on something, or not being 100% in it and be like, okay, I'm going to do these 3 things combined. All right, let's test it out. Let's see what we do. And I do it, right? And I'm like, and then I say, okay, I wasn't expecting him to ask this, or I wasn't expecting this person to do this. Or, well, this is interesting because she actually did this. And now you start learning things about your performance that you wouldn't have learned if you were just sitting in the couch in the corner.
Right.
Doing your little sleight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So there's a distinction between sleights and performing and practicing and doing sleight of hand to performing. There's 2 different things. Yeah. If you want to be of sleight of hand and of just doing this kind of stuff, that's fine. If you want to be a performer, that's also okay.
Right.
You have to know the distinction between 2 and how to be whatever you want to be.
Right.
So going back to the question, I know it's and again, Alex, just shut up and just answer the damn.
Yeah, you're on a talk show. Please keep talking.
Give me a thing that I can use as a little.
No, that's good. It's what we say. Like I train jujitsu, and it's
all right.
It's what we say when we train. A lot of people come in and they ask, the professor. They're like, "How long does it take for me to get to my next belt?" Or, how can I learn more about this? And the answer is always mat time. That's the only way you're going to get better at it is performing. Is putting the time in,
right? And the steps are
you're not going to get better, like you said, sitting in the corner practicing your sleights. Kind of the same goes for you're not going to get better in anything. Where I'm talking about jujitsu here, you're not going to get better unless you go against a multitude of people. That's how you kind of learn from each one.
Same thing with like just to link it a little bit. I did Shotokan, right? And there were belts, just same thing like karate, and there was white, yellow, and going all the way up to black. I stopped at brown with 3 stripes.
Nice.
And I had my black belt scheduled, and I just didn't go. I moved on to other things, and I think it's a little bit better to like, all right, whatever. I'm not a black belt in Shotokan, but that's fine. But I did 7 years of kickboxing as well. Nice. And those also goes in steps as well. And it goes to show you that a lot of things, and I play piano as well, and even in sleight of hand, you could sit in the corner and learn your different things and everything like that. But it's, again, what you want to do. If you're doing all of the Shotokan stuff or the jiu-jitsu and everything, and the moves, and you just want to do that, that's fine. But if you're doing it to actually go out and fight people or battle, right? Or it's like I don't know, because I never really did Shotokan or karate, Taekwondo for that matter, to be like, all right, and if I ever get into a fight, I know how to do my katas, right? And whatever, right? So, but it's about the steps that you need to take to get to that next level.
Yeah.
Discipline yourself to get to that next level. So maybe right now I'm going to learn these sleights, and all right, that's the first level. Maybe then I'm going to go and perform for my friends and family. That's the second level. Maybe then I'm going to go and, I don't know if street magic is all that popular anymore. But when I used to watch David Blaine, I would love to go out on the street and stop random people. like a lunatic.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's like so weird. And I didn't even think, like, at that time, I was like, well, David Blaine has a camera and everything. Obviously, people. But imagine a 13-year-old kid walking up to you, be like, and I dressed in black and my little sunglasses. I'd be like, excuse me, sir, I do street magic. Wait, no, hold on. I guarantee I will impress you. Come back.
Dude, the new street magic is TikTok and Instagram, I guess, right?
Is it?
The new
Yeah,
street magic.
Well, at least during quarantine.
I'm not on TikTok, but
Yeah,
I've
me
seen
neither.
the popular videos and everything. I don't know. My honest opinion is I don't have an opinion on whether it's good or bad for Magic. I think
both.
for me, Magic has to be mysterious, has to be magical, first and foremost. I think it has to have that sort of sentiment behind it. So I don't really like this quick sort of visual kind of what we see. Then again, that goes back to Tyler, what we were talking about in the very beginning of me being over 30 years old and being like, oh, this new generation. So I have no qualms with it. Maybe I have an opinion on it. Maybe I say it should be more mysterious. It should be more like you shouldn't do it this way. But honestly, I guarantee that is going to be the new generation of how people get into Magic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
So
some of these people have
100%.
millions.
And you have to be okay with it. I have to be okay with it, right? Even though I'm not on TikTok, but I've seen some of the TikTok Magic videos. They're super cringe, right?
Yeah, they are. That's TikTok, though. That's TikTok.
But at the same time, you have to sit back and discern and understand that this is a different market for different people, for a different audience, and you got to be okay with that. So, I would love Magic to be kept mysterious, kept very secret, and kept like, man, just that feeling of learning something is such a wild sort of, you're part of something.
Yeah.
Everybody else that in your life is not part of, and the secret, and you are going to keep it. Unfortunately, it's just not the case anymore. I would love it to be.
Right.
You have to build an archetype for yourself that is true to what Magic should stand for you. But unfortunately, there's no going past the TikTok and the America's Got Talent and Fool Us and all of this kind of stuff that is all around us.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about that, and you have to stop trying to do anything about that. So if you could create your own persona with your own sort of, let's say, show right behind it, with your own, there's people doing very interesting things with your own type of Magic, and you add the music and you add the mystery and you add the whole evening, and you really work on it, right? I think you could create something really, really nice. But I think you have to also be okay with the direction that commercial Magic is going as a whole for people. Right. And if you don't, you're just lying to yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Hey, Ty, you want to get some questions together from more audience questions? Do we have any more? Or?
Yeah, we have a couple more. There was actually a really good one that I think was interesting. And I think, Alex, you kind of touched on this a little bit with the business idea of things. Here we go. IMI Davids asks, how have you been able to juggle managing House of Playing Cards, Blue Crown, and Svengali? And I think, to even take that a step further, like you mentioned, you have the playing card side of things. You also run 2 other non-playing card brands. As obviously an entrepreneur and someone who enjoys the number side of things, because you were just talking about, average order quantity and things like that, you obviously take a very business-driven approach to all of this. But how have you found time to really prioritize the businesses you are involved in?
It's a good question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And again, it goes back to my previous point. It's something that I struggle with, of being able to give the proper time for each thing that I want to do. it's obviously, it shows in your work if you don't put time into anything, right? So juggling all of this stuff it is very hard. I don't sleep too much. I'll give you that.
We could tell because it's 3:30 a.m.
Every
then.
time I film a new YouTube video, I'm like, man, I'm older and older with each press of the record button. But it's okay. The way that I manage it is I'm very diligent in setting up a mental schedule. And what I mean by that is so I'll show you here. I have a whole board, and I'll just show you this because there's information on here, but this whole thing is sort of filled with a whole bunch of things that I have to do on a day-to-day basis. And if I don't stick to this, then I will be very lost in all of my projects. So I have, everything is separated, and every project that I do is separated into different steps. And I say this to everybody who wants to do anything, really, is to break it up into little small steps that anybody could achieve. And I don't believe that when somebody's like, oh, this is too, this idea that I have, or what this thing that I want to do is beyond what I can do. I think that's such BS, because anything that you want to do could just literally be broken up into smaller steps. And those smaller steps could be broken up into smaller steps. And all you got to do is go one by one. And if you're diligent enough, and if you are consistent enough, and if you have enough momentum is one of the hardest things to keep, because there's days you wake up and you don't feel like doing shit. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no, without a doubt.
There's days you wake up
like,
and it's nice outside and you want to ride your bike instead of working. And so you look at everything that you have to do and you break everything up into steps and you go one step at a time. I don't give myself like public time limits. I give myself sort of mental time limits of when I should get this done by. I think that's very important. And also I like to try to keep as much as possible a schedule as sort of a normal person. And what I mean by that is that Sundays, I try not to do anything, to sort of live a normal life. Even though I'm working night times, you know, at this time in the morning, probably I'll be working on something, or an edit for a video, or whatever the case may be, a pitch for a project, or, but I think Monday 9 to 5 or weekdays 9 to 5 is sort of what I try to stick with. So if you could get into this routine, and in the morning hours, I only stick to emails for House of Playing Cards, let's say. And I go through what the decks are that we're going to produce and what are the new decks. And I look at my handy dandy, look at that, all of these magnificent colors. Fine. And I do that for a few hours. And then I go, okay, now let's concentrate on YouTube for a few hours. And I know I have this. And then I take a lunch break. And a lot of the times I just eat lunch here. And then I would say, okay, then I go into what I get together with my girlfriend, and she's working on her stuff every day at the same time, Right. And then we get together and we say, okay, what collabs do we have? What projects do we have? We have to do this thing for these sunglasses, perfume, or this, back in the day it was hotels or whatever. Now it's more products that we can get and do things for and create content for. But so then we do, so now my day is scheduled out. Just like anybody else who would work any other job would be scheduled out his or her day by. And that helps in all of these different things. Because I noticed that when I used to try to do this thing and this thing at the same time, and then all of these things, I never get anything done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very true.
And you have to, at 6 o'clock, I'm like, okay, I'm done for the day. And more than 50% of the time, I'm never done for the day. Right? I have days that are 8, 10, 12-hour days.
Yeah.
To do everything that I have to get done, to do what I want to do. If you are not as motivated, that's fine. And you'll have a few hour days, and that's okay as well. But as far as the question is concerned, how do you how do you keep track of everything? I structure everything as diligently as I think is possible in my mind. I write everything down. I break them up into steps. Those steps I get done as much as I can during the day. And ultimately, you're going to be done. You're going to be with a finished product, and you're going to be like, "Wow, that was easier than I thought."
Right.
And I'll tell you guys, I'm no genius. I just have the motivation and the drive to get shit done.
Right.
And the passion, I think, helps with the drive as well.
Yeah.
100%. And if you don't want to, if you're not getting it done, you just don't want to do it, and then you answer your own question of why am I not doing this?
100%.
You answer your own question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Very true.
So one of the questions we actually had come into, which is unrelated to anything, we have a viewer who Kyle, who likes to ask strange questions from time to time. Kyle just sent in a question here that says, if you could change,
the weirder, the better.
So Kyle likes to kind of drop sometimes philosophical questions, sometimes out of the box questions. The one for today is, if you could change what falls from the sky every time it rains, what would it be and why? And it can't be anything of significant value. Can't be raining Rolls Royces,
That's a good question.
Well, we wouldn't want that, right?
No, it would be very problematic for everyone outside when it rained.
Yeah.
And it can't be anything sort of theoretical, right? It has to be. All right. So I would say, I think people. So ultimately, what that question means is, what do people need more of, right? If you think about it.
Yeah.
What do people need more of? And I think the answer to that question is people around them that will inspire them, and ultimately it goes back to the concept of keeping people around you that will lead you to where you want to be, and get away from people that are pulling you back. So if I were to change, let's say, the rain, I would rain upon them people that they should be around.
Nice.
And that would differ for everybody. So if I'm in this one little thing, what would rain around me are the people that I should be around.
Yeah.
And same thing for you. And for you, Tyler, it would be different. For you, Steve, it would be different. For everybody, it would be a different sort of thing. And I think that's the biggest thing that people need are role models. I guess you could call them inspirational figures, people that you could look up to, people that I look up to and I say, this person has reached sort of where I want to be, right? He's done what I wanted to do, and that's who I want to be around. And the people that are not doing that, I honestly don't. It's hard to say I don't want anything to do with them, but especially if they're bringing you down, right?
Yeah,
if they're pulling you down in the wrong direction, I think you owe it to yourself to create that little circle. So that would be sort of my theoretical answer.
That's a cool answer. I had a mentor, when I just got into the photography world. He is a brilliant guy. And he always said, as I started to, build my job and my clientele, he always said this one thing to me that basically, kind of said, is in agreement with what you just said, is we're on a high speed train, right? And you're driving and that's your goal. And anybody who can jump on that train and ride it with you, those are the people that you want to keep in your life. The people that are trying to stop the train, throw stuff in the tracks, all this type of stuff to kind of derail you. Those are the people that, like you said, you don't want in your life, because those aren't the ones that are uplifting you and carrying you.
Let it rain people that will inspire you to push yourself further. Because I know it's a cliche thing, especially in the nowadays where with YouTube and all of this kind of sort of inspirational quotes and material and all that stuff, it really goes back to a very basic premise, is that if you cannot sit by yourself, like we were talking about with just card slides, you cannot sit by yourself down in that couch and do anything worth of value. Okay, you have to have a drive, and what drives you, what the external factors, and wanting to provide value, but for who, wanting to be like who. So all of these things that you have to be around that, because if you are around sort of the wrong people, you'll go down the wrong path, and you're only going to get what they get, right? So you look at people, right? I'm not saying this is to say that you have to, look at your friend circle and everybody has to be more successful or whatever like that, but you just have to trust and, all these interesting questions that I talk about, you start asking them to the right people.
Right.
You ask yourself these questions too, but then you start asking the right people these questions, and you're going to be surprised of how you start changing the way that you look at the world. And I know we're going a lot, deeper than just card tricks and playing cards and all that stuff, but
we love it.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Now, if you could name 3 people that really inspire you, whether it was then, how about one then, one now, and then one that you see could be an inspiration to you in the future? Who would you, 3 people would you name?
So are we talking just maybe in the Magic community or anybody?
Anybody.
I think, you've, from everything you've talked about tonight, I think you definitely transcend the Magic community as a whole. I think from your other business points of view and everything, there's obviously a lot more to it than that. I think in any points of life, what 3 people?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you this, guys. I'm very inspired by people doing things differently and breaking out of the norm and breaking the pattern of what you should be doing. So people like Elon Musk, for example, that have visions, right? Whether you love him or hate him, he has a vision of what the future holds. And I like to think of things in the same similar way, maybe for Magic, or maybe for playing cards, or maybe for an industry that worldwide does not make a difference in this world, right? Does not matter in this world. So, but that's just the first step. But thinking big, like as an example, one, Elon Musk is very necessary to succeed in anything. I think. Right. So I would say one, Elon Musk, and I mean we could go back in time as well and look at people like Tesla, which coincidentally enough links to Musk and his company, or rather the company that he runs. I'm inspired by a lot of people in history as well. Like in present day, I like to think about and watch things of theoretical physics and thinking outside of our day-to-day life and how we can think outside the box. We can think outside the world, the planet, the universe. Those things inspire me more than anything, more than the next color for a deck of cards, the next trick that I'm going to do for a spectator. Those are the things that push me to do, to ask these interesting questions. So people, I've was fortunate enough to spend a little bit of time with a great physicist, Michio Kaku. If you've probably seen his YouTube videos, for those of you who are into this sort of stuff, just talking about life and in general, has nothing to do with playing cards, Magic, anything like that, or maybe more recently you've seen people like Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about alternate universes and aliens and are we living in a simulation? What a great question. So you start asking yourself these kind of things. So these kind of things inspire me. As far as business business is concerned, I mean, we could go down the list of a bunch of business people that inspire me, investors and entrepreneurs. I'm trying to give you a really good answer as far as people that they can relate to right now in magic, let's say. I'll give you an example. David Blaine did something different than anybody else, and he continues to do something different than anybody else. Even
Right.
20 years later, he continues to do something different.
Yeah.
And when it came time to people like Chris Angel or people like other people that came along and just left that had the opportunity to do it, they didn't think big enough.
Right. Yeah.
So, I always say, if you're going to think big, might as well think as big as possible. And if you're up here and you only get to here, well, guess what? This is better than this is what you would have originally thought of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, without a doubt.
So, and all I do in the books that I read, 80% I would say are business, investing, and that sort of genre. 20% are more magic related.
Right.
Or I would say probably 15%, 5% would be fiction and that sort of stuff.
That's cool. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I think I think the aspect that you were talking about, like when we were talking earlier about Kickstarter and getting into the numbers, really shows how much business drives everything behind the scenes, even the magic side of things. Like if you're a competent business person who can think big picture, you're going to be able to think big picture when it comes to any aspect of your life, in theory.
Yeah, I think like here's just as an example. I like to think of different industries and what they're doing and combine them together. So literally have babies between two industries. So like you take something that you think is really cool and another thing and you put them together and you'd be like, if these two companies were to come together, or these two ideas were to come together, what would come out of it?
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, okay. Has this ever been done before? No, this has never been done before. I literally have notebooks filled of ideas, of just business ideas and concepts and things that the world has never seen before.
Yeah.
And the person that comes up with these, obviously, it's fine. Ideas you could come up with them every single day of your life, but then you have to actually go and take action and do it. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Because if not, people are going to do it before you, even though it was your idea.
That's the story of my life. You don't understand how many times I've had ideas, and that's no fault of anybody but my own of not doing them.
Yeah, you talked about it during the class.
Yeah, I could give you examples of many different things that, just as an example, this industry, magic, playing cards, collecting, whatever you want to categorize it as, but ideas anybody can have ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I have faith in a lot of people that they could come up with all the ideas that have been come up with in the past of great successful business. I have faith that anybody could come with all of these ideas, but it's about acting on it, figuring out how to do it successfully. All of this stuff matters. And it's really just not about the idea. So if you ever have an idea and somebody else does it, well, guess what?
Yeah.
That only goes to show you messed up on that, to say it lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's funny. We see that all the time, actually, in our community, where, behind closed doors, we hear it, that was my idea and they're copying me. It's like, well, they're not copying you. You didn't do the idea. You had it, but you didn't do anything with it,
Yeah, I mean, I could go down the line, list,
yeah.
but it's fine.
Yeah.
It only pushes you further to do better and greater ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
if
I think
you're playing like a little bitch, that's what you are.
Well, I think once you get into that mindset of creating ideas and how to really think outside the box of what's already been done, you do have so many ideas, you're not going to be able to, in theory, action them all. And then you kind of decide, yeah, this is a good idea, but this is something I'll look at down the road. That's why you can't have that like that fear of missing out or looking back at like, oh, well, I mean, it's like everyone who always says, and this always kills me. It's like, oh man, if I had bought Apple 10 years ago as a stock, I'd be a bazillionaire now. And it's like, yeah, you didn't. Like, what are you going to do about it now? Like, that's great, but use that as a motivation to find the next big stock, buy it, become, wealthy off of that, or whatever your motivation is. Trying to find those things and use it, like you said earlier, to fuel yourself to those next levels, so you actually bring that ultimate goal of whatever you want to do for yourself into reality.
100%, Tyler. And people are so caught up in the past. Like, past is the past. That's it.
Yes.
The easiest way to predict the future is to write it yourself. And
100%.
honestly, like anything that has happened and what you were saying about investing, right? And we just go dive a little deep into it. The book right now is holding up my laptop, but I would show you a book right now. I have a stack of books that have the laptop in and the camera. It's this whole setup. Anyway, I was just talking about this exact theory with the friend of mine who came over and we filmed a few videos. It'll be up on my channel in a few days. But the idea of regretting the past and saying, if I would have done this differently, and sulking in it, right? You see people that like, oh, okay, if I would have, that's it, move on, MF, right? And so my uncle always would yell out this whenever I would be lazy, or I would be sort of exactly that type of person that like, oh, if I would have just MF, move forward, keep going, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like you have a chair in front of you. This is like a scenario I heard from this really intelligent man that I knew way back. He basically held a chair up in front of him, and the whole exercise was, with this chair in front of me, come give me a hug, right? And it's like, you can't, and this chair represents all that stuff that you're holding on to from the past. It's not allowing you to move forward, to grow, to like learn new things, because you have this thing blocking you, all this past stuff, that just holds us back.
And I mean, I know there's different, people go through different things and people hold them back, but you have to learn to get rid of anything that's happened to you before today. That's it.
Yep. And
you have to learn to push forward into your next big dream, your next big goal, your next big anything, because nothing is unattainable. And we think right now we do, it's very easy to say that when you have, and I've shown this so many times, this in front of you, and you're like, all right, here's the color and here's the deck, and people think it's easy, and that's fine. But to make your journey worthwhile, you have to set these sort of ideas out. You have to put it out into the universe. And I'm a big believer, as corny as it sounds, and as unimpressive and as unreal as it sounds, I am a true believer is that what you put out into this universe, you will get back.
Agreed.
Whether you call it karma, whether you call it, I have faith, I have positive energy, I have whatever it is. I truly believe that there is an energy in this universe that if you stick to it, and if you're faithful to it, and if you work hard, never give up on anything that you do. If you give up, you're just a loser. You're a quitter. That's it. There's no other way about it. But if you have faith that you can do anything that you set your mind to, and I've for myself, not for anybody else, for myself, I've proven it over and over.
Right.
They've written half a book about me. For in the magic industry. And you see my tale going from literally zero to wherever I am now. And that's literally I am no different than anybody watching this and commenting on this chat than you guys, than anybody out there. No, I don't think I'm smarter. I don't think I'm just more motivated and have a better plan.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And all of those are skills that you learned by being motivated to learn them. I think that's the truth of it is, like you said, anyone could do this. It's just taking the first step. And the first step is, what don't you know that you think you need to get to where you want to be? Once you know what you don't know, go try and learn it.
Yeah. Or have the people around you that know those things that you don't know. And that allows you to focus on the things.
Bring all the people that you need, right? From the question before, have the people, now you have the people around you. Now you have to gain that sort of skill level, right? I didn't know anything about business, first and foremost, nothing at all. I learned that through experience, through time. I didn't know anything about photography, videography, how to film, how to edit, how to use Photoshop or all these programs, Illustrator, Premiere. I didn't know anything.
Yeah.
When I started my company 2011, I was working on it 2010. So for 8-10 months after school, I would go to college, and after school, I would learn all of these things and build all of these things and the products and this and that and the ideas and all of this stuff. I'll build it over a 10-month period. And then when it came time to like put it to use, well, guess what? Now I have a whole bunch of skills that I would have never learned otherwise if I didn't have the drive that I wanted to do a magic company. Okay, well, what do I need for a magic company? I need to obviously know some magic. I know a little bit of magic. That's fine. Okay, what else do I need? I need to learn to film. Well, shit, okay, I could buy a camera. Okay, but I got the camera and I'm like, all right, this doesn't look good at all. Right? It's all overexposed. It's all like, so I don't know what I'm doing. You got to learn how to adjust the camera, shoot in manual, exposure, aperture, f-stops, all of this kind of stuff, shutter speed. All right, fine. I learned all of that. Then I go, okay, I'm making this DVD. Well, I got to get a DVD producer. I got to produce a DVD. I got to design a DVD cover. All right. Well, I don't know how to design a DVD. What are you, Photoshop? Okay, Photoshop. I open it up. What the hell is going on? I got to learn that. Design a deck of cards. I got to learn Illustrator to put the files in the correct thing with the guidelines and everything. Fine. I got to learn Illustrator. All right. I have to learn to edit my videos. All right. Premiere Pro. What is Premiere Pro? How do I even import footage? Right? All of this stuff. I mean, for me, I learned because this is what I was passionate about. This is what I wanted to do. For you, it could be a different journey.
Right.
But I have no sympathy for those who kind of sort of sit back and they just expect everything to be given to them, or they put up a deck of cards on Kickstarter and they expect to be funded.
Yeah. And we've discussed that in the past too. I think one of the problems with Kickstarter even is that there's this unreal expectation that you're going to create a deck of cards and it's going to fund $500,000 and you're going to be rich and you're set for life. Like that doesn't happen. Like
you're in the wrong industry, my friends.
Yeah, 100%. Like it blows.
You guys should have came up with this idea first.
Dude, you know how rich you'd be if you came up with this idea?
Oh my God. I
Dude,
love it.
So Alex, I have a question from a collector in the chat. His name's Jay, super cool guy. So your V3 NOCs that you were talking about. Now there's a couple of different editions. There's the ones that don't have the seal. There's the ones that have the EPCC seal on it. Yes. Now there's the black V3. There's only one black one that had the EPCC seal that we know of.
Yes.
What was the deal with that? Is that like a special edition, or was it just like a random US? I mean, I know USPCC didn't print them, but was it a random just one seal got stuck on that black one? Or
So I'll tell you what it was. So the V3 Knox probably at this point are we've gone through 500,000.
Wow.
That's wow.
V3
incredible. Yeah.
printed with Bill Kalush.
Yeah.
All the different versions and everything like that, the different colors. We sold probably 200,000 of pre-sales from everybody in the world, with shops and with customers and retailers and all the distributors, everything, before it even launched.
That's legit.
Yeah.
And then we had a second. We pre-sold the first run of it.
Right.
And then we did a second run, and so we called it V3S.
Right.
Sort of going off mocking Apple's I don't know what version it was at that point.
Yeah.
Right? But it was the whatever with the S on it, the second edition printing of it. And the second edition printing on it was the one that was printed over and over and over, right?
Right.
So I allowed also experts to print their version and to sell it to whoever they want.
Oh, interesting.
And that was the version that had the sticker on it.
Interesting.
There was no difference between the second printing of the V3s on my end and the distributors and the wholesalers and everybody that we sold to, and the one with the sticker. No difference at all.
Okay.
So I think that should be the easy answer to the question.
Yeah. Cool. So basically, they might have not have made a lot of the black ones and sent them out with the stickers, and one just happened to show up.
If there's a few with stickers, then what would have happened is that it would have gotten into a print run with the stickers.
Right.
It would have been. But other than that, yeah, like I said, the V3s, there were a few different print run versions because we print in bulk, obviously.
Yeah. That's good to know. Now, what's your favorite deck that you've created? It could be a NOC, it could be a Blue Crown. I mean, it could be the Crown deck. It could be across all the decks that you've ever been involved in. What's your favorite deck, and what's your least favorite?
Okay. All right. So my favorite deck, and I'll tell you, the honest truth is I've been using the new Sky Islands that we've done for the past, literally every day. If I go out, if I don't go out, I've been using the Sky Islands every day for the past month. Nice. And of course, it's very easy for me to say every new release is my favorite.
Right.
But let me think about this. I think the intricate, detailed decks, like the Crown Luxury ones, like the Victorian Room, Altruism, like I like that for the detail and the designers that I've worked with that. If I were to pick like a favorite deck, if you told me, Alex, you could only have one deck for the rest of your life and things like that, it would probably be something like the white knockouts or the black knockouts or something like that, like something that is still elegant. I love borderless decks. I know people don't like
I love
borderless decks because they're like, oh, I can't reverse a card. Well, tell me the last time you reversed a card in a game. Let's be honest, take it easy. I can't do Triumph. Yeah, you can do Triumph. I do Triumph all the time. Like, relax. I would say something like that. If you tell me I could only have one, it would be like the white knockouts, probably.
Yeah. Good choice.
More elegant ones like the brown knock on woods, the brown, knock decks, or I like the black, or even the green and gold knockouts. I really like the knockouts. But if it were to like be the design decks, I really, really like like Victorian Room was one of my favorites. There's a whole crazy story behind the release of the Victorian Rooms. We might do it again at some point. Altruism Deck was one of my favorite projects that I worked on just because of everything that was involved in the Altruism Deck. And that was back in 2012. So 2012, we decided to make a deck for Halloween for my favorite time of year. And it was with the whole story of the Order of the Owl. And if you know about that, if you're the old schoolers and you know about that, good on you. But we created we were the first people to do a whole, I guess you could call it puzzle, scavenger hunt, whatever you want to say, throughout the deck of cards. We were one of the first people, if not the first people, to print with UV ink. And I know a few people along the lines have printed now with UV ink. We have built a whole thing that you have to solve the puzzle. And there's people that have built something, similar throughout the years, and that's fine. We put so much time and effort into this whole idea of the Order of the Owl Altruism Deck. We worked with an award-winning designer on that, and it was one of the coolest decks that we've been a part of. Anyway, so if we think about it in that sense, because of the time and effort and all of that stuff, those would probably be my favorites. But if you're telling me I have to pick one deck for the rest of my life, I'd probably do like White Knockouts, Black Knockouts, something like that.
Right.
Sky Island, I'm obsessed with Sky Island. I've been using Sky Island.
Yeah. What about, talking about Sky Island, I'll just throw this in quick before I get to the other question. But the one cool thing that I was talking to Tyler about is I loved how you took, obviously working with Ito on both Sky Island and Svengali. I thought it was really cool that you took Svengali #4 and kind of brought it into Sky Island #4 as well. So it kind of brought two brands, so to speak, in together.
Yeah, Ito is one of the, literally probably my favorite person to work with in this industry, because he shares the same vision I do. He's from literally the opposite end of the world, right?
Yeah.
And I've only met him one time. I've met him in Singapore after years of working together with him. And I enjoy working with him more than I enjoy working with anything. And I can say that bar none. Because of his vision, his ability to go from sort of my feedback and to design something and give boom, send it back to me and say, what if we do this? And then we go back and forth night, probably, at this point. Because when he wakes up, I go to sleep. And I go to sleep at 4 or 5 a.m. anyway, right? So now it's 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going strong. We're okay. Around this time that Ito will probably wake up and say something. And I guarantee you, and what do you know? He messaged me.
That is
That's
too
great. That's great.
And he literally sent me something, and he said, "What do you think of another crazy?"
We'll tell him. What's it?
There you go. That's all you get. That's all you get. It was blurry as my camera's fault.
So what was the deck that you were a part of, created, that you look at it and you're like, ooh, did I really do that?
Say that again. See.
What's the one deck that you've created that kind of gives you kind of that cringy, ooh, I created that kind of feeling? What's the least liked deck of yours?
There was a bunch. I'll give you that. All knock decks. I'll tell you this. There's a lot of decks that we created with House of Playing Cards in the beginning. So our whole idea is to take decks from Kickstarter and we produce them. So we wanted to give a better option than Kickstarter, at least in the beginning.
Right.
There was a few decks that I didn't necessarily, I would never use, I would never buy, I would never Like,
Giveaway?
don't bring it anywhere near. As far as what the decks are, I don't know. I'm not gonna say.
Okay.
But they're
It's
out
like
there.
you can leave that to the
They're
after show.
definitely out there, and they're very like early on. Like, and I'll be honest with you, like, from what I post, from what you can sort of tell my style, what I like, what I don't like, from the videos that I do, and sort of getting to know me. You can sort of tell that, and but that doesn't mean to say that anything that I say is the right answer to what a deck should be, what a deck designer should design, what a deck of cards, the final product should be for the customers. It's literally my opinion, and my opinion means zero when it comes to, and it's a true statement. It literally means zero when it comes to the community at large,
right.
And you have to be in tune to that. If you're not in tune to that, then you're gonna give up on this. You're gonna have a few failed decks, and you're gonna give up really quickly.
Right.
Yeah. I really want to give you an answer of a deck that I hated.
So actually, let's kind of
I'll give you this.
Okay.
I'll give you this. And this, I think, is a very interesting answer. Before I go pee and I leave you for a little bit to talk amongst yourselves, because I drank quite a bit tonight. But I'm loving every single minute of this.
Okay.
I did not, and I am not a fan of the most successful Kickstarter that we've done, 120, 30,000, whatever we raised on the deck that we did with Randy Butterfield.
Mm.
And people loved it, and obviously because we raised all that money, for me, and I am not the end-all be-all of card industry, not at all, by any means. I did not enjoy that deck because it wasn't for me. Collectors, I guess they would like it. People that would like to display their and different whatever, but we still don't know the name of it because I forgot the name because it was so long ago.
Does anybody know the name of that deck?
I want to say Obsidian. Now that it came to me, Obsidian.
Obsidian. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, type in Kickstarter Obsidian decks. I might be wrong in that, but
it's not Imperial, was it?
No, that was the second one after that.
Okay. Yeah, I literally just Googled Alex Pandrea, Randy Butterfield Kickstarter, and that's the first one that came up.
Interesting. All right, go to the bathroom. We'll look it up. We'll know it when
we'll
you come
figure
back.
this out for when you get back.
Go.
Wait, I'm searching for it. Also, there you go. There you go. That was it.
Obsidian?
Yeah. I
So
don't know.
technically, it was very nicely designed, and it was intricate and everything. It wasn't my style at all. It raised over 100,000, so like you can't really knock on it.
Right. Oh, that was a good one.
So there you go.
Nice. Good to know.
That's only because we talked about it and it was in mind. I'm sure we could find another one of my 300 decks that I've done that I didn't like.
Which is still
And
such
trust me, I have no qualms of saying it out loud. Like,
yeah, we were talking to Dan Buck and we asked him the same question, and he said the Smoke and Mirrors is the one that he looks at.
he said the not hard to play collaboration. What?
Well, he actually said you never collaborated with you.
Oh man, being a, and I think that's the thing though.
Dan Buck is one of my favorite people in this industry.
He's awesome. He really is an awesome guy.
A chunk of people are here, and Dan Buck is literally here. He is. I can't even like. I could literally talk for hours about Dan Buck and what he's done for me, what he's done for this community, what he's done for his business, and I mean both of them, Dan and Dave. But I was more close to Dan growing up than anybody else. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. We're not going anywhere. Tyler might be falling asleep a little bit. But
no, I'm perfect. It's only 11:15. I'm still awake here. Don't worry. Don't worry.
If I see another yawn from Tyler,
I'll be honest.
have this little button that says "Leave Studio."
I literally yawn all the time, no matter the time. Don't take it
dude, it could be
personally.
3 in the
Yeah,
afternoon.
I yawn. I don't know why. So
right.
don't take it personal. So
That's funny.
while Alex is doing his thing, anyone in the chat, if you have questions, make sure to drop them in there. We'll definitely get to as many as we can. I'm copy pasting them into a file right now so we don't lose track of any. But
yeah. We got a little caught up in the amazing conversation, so we apologize that we're getting to your questions so late.
Jay, it was the Obsidian deck that raised over 100K on Kickstarter that Alex said was not his favorite deck he's made. Danny, what's up, man? No worries. We're glad you made it. Glad everyone's made it so far.
Yeah, Tyler needs his beauty sleep. He's definitely the opposite of me. I need my beauty sleep. I just don't get it.
I just like to sleep sometimes, but now on show nights I don't expect sleep. So we appreciate all of you guys sticking out. If you can stick it out, I can stick it out.
Yeah.
Nate, let's see. Stu, we'll definitely get your question there. I know I still had a question from Dawn a little bit earlier. We're gonna get to as well.
Yeah, I think he actually mentioned Dan Buck was one of the biggest influences for him.
Well, and
he
also
answered
mentioned
that earlier.
Yeah, Elon Musk as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Elon Musk, Tesla.
Yeah. Caitlin, hopefully you do well on your test. What up with Slow Hands V2?
Straightforward. That's a great one. We'll ask him that. I love his answer to that one.
We'll tell you what's up with Slow Hands V2. You should check out the future planned episode of Deckin Around the Plug where we sit down with this amazing creator, Kirgo, and talk about the deck.
Yeah, so. We'll tell you all about that deck.
Alex, welcome back.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We mustered up some questions for you.
Perfect.
So yeah, one of the ones that we had from earlier, and I think this was a good one, especially related around your Magic side of things. If you could pick one person that you've learned the most from, who would it be? And I know you spoke a lot about kind of your mentor earlier on, your friend's dad, but I guess that was a very long time ago. Over the course of your long career, who would you say you've learned the most from?
Probably Magic Ballet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Magic is such a cool dude. He's from New York. He's born and bred in New York, and he has that sort of style that I loved when I was growing up. And he taught me most of everything that, as long as, when we're talking about close-up Magic, he would be the number one person that I learned from, that I was inspired from, all that kind of stuff. But then we could take it further to sleight of, we could break it down into categories. Sleight of hand, I've never seen sleight of hand as smooth as Tony Chang's. And hanging out with him in New York City was an amazing, inspirational time of my life, right? Because he would break down moves and be like, oh, so where do we do this like this? And he would show me things, and it would just be a bit, just miracles. And then again, we could break it down to, one of my favorite magicians is Guy Hollingworth, and his smoothness for handling the deck of cards. And it was one of the first books that I read, Drawing Room Deceptions. So for every little category that we have a different person that has inspired me along the way.
Nice.
But I think, if you've ever hung out with Magic or seen, I don't think his videos online are a good representation of him. You really have to hang out with him face to face to understand what he does and how he does it and the power behind it. Also, I would look at people like, in the mentalism field, Peter Turner really changed the way that I look at Magic as far as presentation wise, and then that leads to people like Colin McLeod, whatever you want to call him. It leads to people like Michael Murray, who inspired the NOC system, and his thinking behind all of that. So it's hard to pinpoint one person. There's little different areas where you pinpoint one particular person for that. that thing.
Cool.
Nice.
No, that makes sense though. And I think, again, I think like you said earlier, it's all about finding the people who you need around you at the time and kind of learning what you can from them. And it sounds like you've had a lot of opportunity to find those people and realized you could use those opportunities to grow and learn. And that kind of ties into a question we actually had earlier as well. And I'm always curious about this process for, magicians who create their own effects and everything. What does your creative process really kind of look like there?
As far as creating routines and or like creating like new stuff,
Yeah,
I think a lot of the times I sit back and I think to myself, and it really comes through maybe, let's say, for example, last night I performed for a bunch of people. And this morning I sit back and I look at that performance and I think to myself, I say, what can I have done better? Oh, I could have done this, this, and this. And then all of a sudden, you're starting to think of things that you could have done last night, or you could have done last week, or you could have done whatever the performance was. And then you start jotting down little notes. And I'm telling you guys, this might seem as a thing that you would like, yeah, okay, whatever. I have my phone to put my notes. No, get a literal notebook, physical notebook with a physical pen, and you start writing down things. If you want to just better yourself with anything, that's one of the biggest, simplest little tips that I could give. And so my creative process is learning through experience. So I would perform a little bit. I would be like, that didn't go well at all, but why? Okay, because this, and this happened. Okay, well, how could I fix this? And then all of a sudden, then I come up with some other strategy. And then I perform that and I go, well, that was worse than before. But over time, guess what? You're going to learn and do things a little bit better and sort of problem solve along the way. So that's my creative process. It's hard, like I was saying before, is to do it all in your head and to think that what's going on in your head and what's going on in your hands and doing is going to translate 100% to your performance. Because there's always going to be things here and there, right? So with that being said, I think that's the best way, at least for me, to be creative in doing new things, coming up with new things, thinking of things outside the box, and asking these questions of, what if I would have done this to that? Oh, at that time where she wanted to shuffle the deck, if I would have maybe switched the deck, or if I, and now you're going to just start asking yourself the most random questions possible. And you'll be surprised where it leads.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. We got a couple questions actually, kind of about, how earlier you said, typical magic kind of joke, earlier when you're, a lot of, you always talk about, pick any card, how you don't like when people do that, or, do you want to change your mind? Oh, you're happy with your mind? Like just those things that all magicians do. What's your kind of take on that? I know you always talk about it, and
I think it just goes back to the same idea of that you just got to be different from everybody else. So if people that you perform for have a preconceived notion of what magic is, you have to break that mold. And the easiest way to break that mold is to not do the things that magicians usually do. So what do magicians do? They have a deck of cards and they go, please pick a card. Remember the card, and like all of that stuff. And that's not going to set you apart, right? So just as a simple, right, example, instead of pick a card, and then you have to face awkward and embarrassing moments like, oh, I've seen that one before, but all right.
Yeah. Because in their mind, they all think that it's the same trick, right?
Yeah, what does that even mean? But it's your own fault for doing this and for setting them up for that line and for that thinking. So instead of that, just give them the deck of cards. They take the deck of cards, I say, shuffle the deck. They shuffle it. And I say, look through it. Take one that you feel that maybe it's, for girls, it's a little bit different because they're going to say all the time, like queens, right? Or aces or whatever. Might be different for guys or whatever. But you say, you go through the deck, and when it feels right, you're going to take a card that embodies you. that you feel that you could be represented through. And they take a card and they give you the deck. Now, automatically, there's no way they're going to be like, I've seen this before, because nobody else does that.
Yeah.
That's true.
So from the start, now you're separating out your performance style.
Right.
And that's the simplest example that I could give, is to give the deck of cards, have them shuffle it, go through the deck, think of a card, change your mind a few times, come up with a card that you didn't even think you'd think of, take it out. All right, now we can start. And now guess what? Nobody in their right mind will be like, I've seen this one before. No, because nobody else has done that before. Everybody else is, please pick a card. Damn, sir. Fucking boring.
It's very true.
It's true, man. It is. It's so true. That's funny. All right, let's see. Pablo, sure thing, man. Here's one. If you could collaborate with anybody outside of the Magic community, who would you want to collaborate with?
That's a good question. Very, very good question. As far as Magic or a deck of cards?
Both.
And actually anything that you think would further your brands, to be honest, even if it was maybe ancillary to cards or Magic.
I mean, if we're thinking big,
yeah, why not? Why wouldn't we
collaborate on anything? I'll give you one name: Christopher Nolan.
Okay.
Wow. And just as an example of his directing, his filmmaking, and the movies that he's made, and I'm only saying this maybe because it's popping into my mind because I've seen Tenet recently.
Nice.
And this is the epitome of think differently, of everybody else saying, please pick a card. And he says, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm going to do Tenet. I'm going to do Inception. I'm going to do Interstellar. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Memento, going even back to his earlier days. So in that sort of same line of thinking, I would say he would be somebody that I can envision this is so weird to say, because like here I am, me that chooses colors out of any freaking book, to say I want to collaborate with the genius himself, Christopher Nolan. But you asked the question, and here I am. So I would love to collaborate with him on just sort of the vision on how we could take movies forward, how we could make them a more interesting release. And granted, this might not be the most financially motivated ideas or the best ideas for the industry or the best ideas for the actual release, but nonetheless, I have ideas for movie releases and movie concepts and movie things that I've actually twice in my life has, going back to Steve, your original point, of I've had stolen from me. And I can legit say that with actual fact and proof, that I've had stolen from me in the movie industry and the TV industry, of two things that I've done that I have full fact, but I don't give a shit. But I have full legit proof that have been stolen from me in this industry, that I have interesting ways of going about things.
Yeah.
And one of them, when I was 16 years old, I wrote a screenplay for a show, a TV show. It was my friend's idea in high school. And my friend, he was from Korea. I'm just setting the stage for you. He was from Korea, and he really wanted to be an actor. And I didn't want anything to do with that. And I didn't want to be an actor or anything like that. But he would go to these sort of where you read scripts in front of people, and they would tell you, "Hey, you need acting lessons," and it's or whatever, right? For commercials or for TV shows or for pitches. So I would go with him to all of these sort of things, and I would do this for a year straight. And all of a sudden, I was like, "Yo, we should come up with with a cool concept for a TV show. I do magic, and we had this friendship and everything. Literally, we wrote a script. And at that time, think of it, we were in junior high school to high school, 15, 16, 17 years old. Less, I'd say 16. And we wrote a script, and we sent it to everybody. And it was a very specific script of a magician in high school who meets an immigrant like coming to the school, right? Asian, Korean American, and literally everything that we had in the script, the whole dialogue and everything. 2 years later, a year and a half, 2 years later, we sent it only to we sent it to Disney and a bunch of other people. Anyway, long story short, 99% Disney stole our idea. They got back to us. They're like, we'd like to meet, whatever, talk about this idea further. Anyway, they changed a few things around. They switched my Korean friend to an Indian friend. And they released a made-for-TV movie of a magician in high school dealing with his social problems, finding this friend and getting through all the problems.
Oh,
to the fact that he participated in a talent show where he did his manipulation act and all of this shit, exactly how we pinpointed it in the script. So I take pride, at least, in the fact that Disney stole. And it was my first time that somebody stole my idea, and I'm okay with it. It's happened 10, 20 times in my whole life. But made for TV movie, here it is. And I tell the guy, how are we supposed to play this guy?
No, wait, the important thing is,
I hate myself on camera.
Dude, the important thing is the person who played you, did they do a good job?
I haven't seen it. I just saw the commercials of it and everything, and I'm like, damn, I was so pissed at that time. I was more pissed for my friend who really wanted to just be an actor. I didn't give I didn't want to be an actor or anything like that. I still don't. I don't want to be on America's Got Talent or Fool Us or any of one of these shows.
You know, you should. I think
5 years in a row.
I have a good idea. I think you should act out. What's that? Damn it! I already forgot the name of it. The thing that you dressed up as. What was his name?
Blue's Clues.
Yeah, there's an act. There's an act for you right there.
You know, it's funny. When I was 11 years old, and I'll tell you, I know exactly when this was. I'm not much of a sports fan, but I used to watch the World Cup every 4 years that it happened, right? The soccer, right? Football, soccer, whatever you call it. And in 1998, it was the second World Cup that I've actually seen. And I was 11 years old, I believe. Yeah, 1998. I was born in 87, so 11 years old. And I was on a flight back from Florida to New York on the exact same day that the World Cup was playing. And I sat next to Steve from Blue's Clues.
Steve.
Blue's Clues. Mail time. Mail time.
I think we should use that as our highlight.
Really, I want to hang out with this guy because, honestly, I sat down and I was like, and I just got back from Disney World, right? So, my family took me to Disney World. And I had this little notebook. It was so sad. It was about getting autographs from Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse. And little did I know that I would play one of these parts 5 years later in my first magic gig.
Fate.
That's all. I wish you had some video of that. There's got to be video or pictures around somewhere.
Man, I wish. So anyway, I sat next to Blue's Clues Steve, who would always mail time. What? There's a clue. There's a clue. Oh, a clue. I would always scream to the TV, and you guys watch and do the same. There's a clue. He said clue.
I have never. I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen Blue's Clues. I'm that much older than you.
Steve's a little bit older, yeah.
Yeah. I'm that much older. I'm not a Blue's Clues guy.
Anyway, so I got his little autograph on the little notebook that I had. It had Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious. Nate says, "What Disney movie was it?" And then he's like, "I'm sure he can't say it out loud."
It was literally a made-for-TV movie, so one of these 1-hour specials.
It can't be that hard to find.
It was about a kid. It was about a high school student doing magic and going through a talent show, and he met a friend, and his friend and the connection between them. It brought him to deal with his problems and all of this. I was like, we need a hook. And he's like, wait, I got it. You're a loser. And I go, what? And he goes, no, you're a loser. Yeah, I go, I'm a loser, okay. And you see another loser, a Korean guy. Okay, Korean loser. And they just switch Korean to Indian loser. And 2 losers from the talent show. And I'm like,
oh my god, that's so good.
That's funny.
I mean, listen, it wouldn't be the first story that they stole, so.
well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the childhood like Disney movies we grew up with. They're all basically either repurposed like what are they like fairy tales, or like even like The Lion King was basically a straight up rip. So
that dude, the crazy thing is those big companies and people in the mainstream. I do this photography project, and it's I started it 10 years ago. And it's all about insecurities. And what I do is I write on people's skin, and I was the first one that literally started writing on people's skin with Sharpie, 2010, and probably around 2000.
Randomly?
It was for a photography project. Yeah, when people got drunk, I wrote on their skin. So basically, what happened was it went viral in 2014. So I had my friend's manager, who is in the music industry, and reach out to a couple of, famous musicians, one of them being Lady Gaga. And we were talking to her manager, and we were trying to get her to take part in the project, because she's all about, mental health and, believing in who you are and that stuff. And we're going back and forth, and, we're this close to getting Lady Gaga to take part in the project. And then all of a sudden, crickets. And then the Grammys, I think it was, the Grammys comes on 4 months later. And all of a sudden, Lady Gaga comes out, and everybody on stage in her crew, there's like 30, 40 of them, all had writing all over their skin, literally like my project. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, fuck Lady Gaga, like, what the fuck? So I'm like, all right, and you know what? I took it as a positive thing, I guess. She liked the idea and used it.
That's how you make yourself feel better, right, Steve?
Yeah, exactly. I was so pissed. Anytime people brought up Lady Gaga after that, I'm like, fuck her. I'm like, fuck that girl. But whatever, it is what it is. You can't give anybody your ideas unless you're ready to get them stolen, I guess, right?
Yeah, and I prefer Lady Gaga too.
Yeah,
and,
well.
She's weird. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's weird and she takes ideas, so whatever. It is what it is.
Maybe it was because I had written on my face, pick a card or name any card. Damn, it all comes full circle, and it's Micah Blues Clues.
Pick a card.
Blue?
Pick a card, any card.
Oh my god.
Does he have like a different voice? Does he have like this voice that he has? Blues Clues?
I mean, like, he's just like these things long, and the mail comes, and there's clues. And I even forgot the point of the show, to be honest.
It was literally just to like figure out what time it was. It was like, oh, what time is it? It's nap time. But they had to go through all these clues to figure out it was nap time, things like that.
Tyler still watches it.
No, I don't even know if it's still on,
What?
but I remember it.
A stew? We're making a stew? Oh no, a clue. Oh, like literally every episode, he doesn't understand that there's a clue going. He has to like, what's wrong with him? If I was like right now, I would have told him off during that flight from Florida to New York. But
Oh my god.
Maybe you can look back in your notebook and did he leave you a number or anything?
he's like, "What the hell? All right, get away from me, kid."
That's funny. Oh my god, that one gave me a headache. Let's see.
Got a good amount about magic here. I think this is.
Go ahead. You go.
I was gonna say this is an interesting one because I think you are very much in the space. So, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, but what do you think of the YouTube space in Magic? Good for Magic. What about the videos that are made with no care or credit?
So I don't know too much about anything outside of what I do or what my friends do, and that's mainly part of what I was going back to in the beginning of this whole video is that I try not to care and I try not to sort of be involved in what other people are doing. For me, it's very important to provide good value, teach them the right way so that my option is better than 3, 4, 5 other options on maybe the same move, the same trick, or whatever. And I think it's also important. I think it's good for Magic overall because the more people that you have teaching it in the correct way, the more you're going to have that sort of new generation of the new students, quote unquote, learn correctly and take it seriously. I think it's bad if you have too many people revealing tricks, revealing other people's things. Obviously, we and I think I speak for my friends when I say this. We try to not reveal tricks that people live off of or make money off of. I think it's the constant gag that I get of, please sir, teach clip shift. And I have no response to that. Like I can't even respond to that, But it is the most, and it's weird because that is the most requested tutorial ever.
That's crazy.
And literally it's like $10 or something to learn the clip shift from the creator himself, which he's an amazing thinker. Anyway, so what do I think about, is it good for Magic? I think yes, 100% it is good for Magic because you will get the people getting sort of the teaching the stuff and the people watching it, and you weed out the people that are not interested and being like, well, this is boring. Why am I going to learn to hold my pinky and swivel out the card this way and do all this? This is kind of, I don't want anything to do with this. I just wanted to learn the secret, but you're just talking forever, Mr. Alex Pandera.
Pandemic?
Yeah. So Punjabi, what? So we weed out all of these people, and I think ultimately, the people.
Kiera says, "Stop talking and teach clip shift."
Exactly. Yeah. That's it.
That's so
He's
funny.
the one commenting on all my videos.
he just has all these different accounts and he just comments.
Yeah.
On them.
Have you met him in real life?
Who, Kier?
Yeah.
We have not yet.
We talked to him on the show.
Yeah, we had Kier on the show.
You haven't met him in real life, right?
Not yet.
No,
he could be animatronic.
From India, really wanting to learn the clip shifts. You don't know that. You're just taking it for his word on it that he's from Arizona.
Oh my God. I love it. So we actually had a question that came in too, and I think this is actually pretty Magic related from Bo Kramer. Bo wanted, yeah, Bo like randomly followed the Deckin Around account a couple weeks back, and now likes everything and sends questions in, which I have to say thank you so much, Bo, because we appreciate the support and you're awesome. So
he is an amazing human being.
Yes,
So
definitely.
we also want to get Bo on the show at some point. So Bo, if you're watching this, reach out. We'd love to have you on the show. But he wanted to know whether you were more inspired by Paolo Vallisari or David Gordon. I feel like this might be an
I feel like
inside
we don't know
joke.
the inside joke here. What's the inside joke?
Well, it's definitely an inside joke, but I think a lot of people should. A lot of people. I don't know who or how many people are watching right now, but if you know the context of Bo's question that I will answer in a little bit, you can go ahead and comment down below. Was I inspired by? And I know who the two of what. Was I inspired by what? For what?
He just said, "Are you more inspired by?" No further context.
So I am more inspired by Paolo Vallisari, 100%.
Okay.
The reason, first of all, Gordon was a fucking loser. He's a loser. He got one kiss, made me very jealous, made you very jealous as well, Bo, as well. We'll go back into why this is important in just a second, but I'm going to talk to Bo person to person right now. Paolo Vallisari, he's got it going on. And when I was 16 years old, I would dress like him and pin up my little shirt. And guess what, Bo? I hung out with Hillary Duff for a long time. I showed her magic. And inside right now, you're like, ugh, my heart is breaking. All right, so let's break it down for you guys that are still around at this time of night. For Steven's like, what the hell is going on?
Dude.
We grew up with Hillary Duff, who played the character Lizzie McGuire in Lizzie McGuire show, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And for those of you who know the Lizzie McGuire movie, yes, no, okay, doesn't matter.
No, we know it.
No,
I've never seen it, but we know it.
So Bo, let's just say, obsessed might be the wrong word. But he has a tattoo of Hillary Duff on his whole forearm.
No, stop.
That is so good.
Anyway, I loved Hillary Duff. And Hillary Duff, if you're watching,
we're gonna have to tag her.
you remember
the tag
hours we spent together at Virgin Megastore in New York City? Do you remember the floating rose that I made out of a napkin and I twisted it all and I did that and you freaked out? Do you remember that? I have a photo of it. Anyway, answer my DMs. I DM'd you on Instagram. What the fuck?
Maybe send her a picture that you took. And
so here the story gets even better. And I guarantee Bo is like tears are coming down his eyes, both out of laughter, but also out of a little bit of pain. Because he loves Hillary Duff, right? And what's great is that, so if I'm not mistaken, Hillary Duff is on one side of his arm, and my altruism owl design for my deck of cards is on the other side of his arm. Okay, anyway. So there's this constant battle. But anyway, I told him that I hung out with Hillary Duff when I was 16 years old. I met her at Virgin Megastore. The owner of Virgin Megastore, cutting a long story short, the owner of Virgin Megastore called me over to do magic for her. And I hung out with her, talked for like an hour. We're just hanging out. I did, like I said, I did a napkin rose for her. I did sponge balls. I did all this stuff that I would do anyway. And he was like, I want to hang out with you. Anyway. So fast forward to when I started hanging out with Bo, and Bo has been so amazing. He helped me create my show. And there was one night at the Hamptons. We were in a hotel room at the Hamptons after doing a sold out show and everything was perfect and everything. But Bo, Hillary Duff, no matter what, like doesn't matter what's going on, Hillary Duff is on his mind. That's fine. Okay. So throughout the whole night, I'm like, you know what? I have a picture with Hillary Duff. and it's me and her and a rose and the flower rose and everything. And I always would show Bo this photo, and he would always like, And so I go, you know what? I'm going to send Hillary this photo. And he's like, do it. She's not going to respond. And I'm like, yeah, all right. So I sent it to her. She obviously doesn't respond, doesn't acknowledge it, right? But anyway, so I took a screenshot of it, and I photoshopped the word "seen" underneath the photo.
Nice.
And the next morning, right? So I sent it to her, and the next morning, I pull up the photo, and I go, Bo, wake up. And he's like, what? And I go, bro, she's seen the photo.
Oh, man.
Bro, his mind blown.
Nice.
Of envy, of whatever, I don't know what you would call it at this point, but in any case, and then I had to break it to him that, don't worry, she doesn't know I exist. That's just like she doesn't know you exist. But I love Bo. Bo is I had such, I mean, there are stories and stories, and I wouldn't have done the shows that I've done and all the places that I've done it if it wasn't for Bo.
That's awesome.
An amazing mind, an amazing person. The best time I've had in my tours is in Australia, in Melbourne, and it was solely due to his amazingness. So there you go.
Nice.
That's cool. We'll have to have him on the show, and he'll have to tell us a story about you.
Well, I can't wait to see that.
We'll definitely get him on, have a good time with it. And it's funny too, like I said, he just started following us a couple weeks ago, and he always likes all the pictures. I'm like, we gotta get him on the show, so we'll make it happen.
We'll do it. I'll reach out to him. We'll get it.
Nice. So I know we also had a question that popped in here from, where did I see it earlier? From Tony Bruno Productions. He wanted to know if you're going to be at MagiFest 2021.
Probably not.
All right.
I've never been to a MagiFest, and I don't. It's really in the middle of nowhere, and I don't have enough motivation. Honestly, like there's no like. If it was Vegas, I'd be like, all right, I'd go to Vegas.
What if Hillary Duff was there?
If what?
If Hillary Duff was there.
Hillary Duff is there. You know what? I think the Magic community needs to, we have to stick together, and I have to go and hang out with the people. And I mean, if she's there, she's there. That's fine.
Oh, man.
I have to show you this, dude. Look at this. How grimy is that?
It's not focusing.
Not focusing.
Oh, hold on.
Get your
fingers it's focused, but it's still dark.
No, I'm just showing
What do you
you
have,
how.
like a 1.4 aperture on that?
Yeah, I do. But look at it. It's like, oh, there it goes.
What does that have to do with Hillary Duff again?
He was probably playing with his cards over there, if anything. So,
is that his way of saying he needs a new deck? Please send me a new deck, sir.
No.
Do you have free cards I can have?
Can you send me a deck of cards?
We have to give. By the way, before this ends, we have to give away, because you reached 1,000 subscribers. We have to give away some decks.
All right,
let's do it. How do you want to do it? Do you want to do a little game? I know you had a couple of cool games. What do you want to do?
I mean, you guys think of it. I'll give away 3 packages, so three decks each. So I'll give away.
Nine.
All right.
Let's give away 3. Let's give away 3 people 4 decks each. So that makes a brick. So I'm giving away a brick.
Awesome.
And so for each thing that we do, there's going to be 3 winners. Each winner is going to win 4 decks of their choice.
Okay. Of their choice on Sunday, or?
Whatever they want. Whatever turns them on, I'm good with it.
All right.
All
So
right.
let's think of how we want to do this. Then we've done several. I don't know
Let's
what
make
have
it
been the
fun,
best.
though.
Yeah, what I'm trying to think
Let's
of what
make
the
it
best
fun.
ones we've done in the past.
I think honestly, like we should give it to people who like really I think we did the game in the live of like my YouTube videos or question and answers about quizzes about my YouTube videos or my Instagram posts or things like that. I don't know, make it up. Do something fun.
Yeah, we've done some cool ones. How about we could do some cool ideas that people can come up with the name NOC in it, which I'm sure you've probably heard a million of them. We've done, what else have we done? We've done your typical.
We've done like funniest like puns related to specific topics or jokes related to specific topics, but I feel like with knock, we're just gonna get a whole bunch of knock jokes. And
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Honestly, that knock joke, you can't really top the one that I always tell over and over.
Which one is that?
No, which one is that?
All right, I'll tell you to you, Tyler. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Bicycle.
Bicycle who?
Exactly.
That is a good one. Oh man. So we can do some like trivia based on like some of the stuff you've done in the past for sure. I'm trying to think of what a good like I can think of some easy ones. But I also want to make it so that like people need to have a little bit of knowledge around something, I guess. So do we want to do we want to do something like
we could do what was the color of your first X deck?
Sure. I don't care.
I don't know if that is an easy. Well, I think it's easy, but some people get it wrong. Actually, surprisingly.
I click the comments here. Do I see the comments?
Yeah, if you click live comments, you'll see the live comments.
Yep. What's a trivia question that you've asked in the past, or something that people is easy enough that people would know, but is tricky enough that might take a little searching? Black. Somebody said black. Somebody said what? See, this is
black, green, red. All of them are wrong.
They're all wrong. See, that's the thing. A lot of people get it wrong. See, white, black. See. So
it might have been a better question than we originally thought.
Yeah, that's a good question. See, nobody gets it right because they don't have it, but I think it's a pretty good one for the first one.
That is orange. A good one. All right, I don't think anyone's gonna. Oh well, somebody did get it actually.
Yep, they did. John J.
There you go, John.
John J. with the right answer. Everybody thinks it's white. Good job,
and
John.
That was one of our. We only did a few hundred of those, to be honest.
Yeah. When did you get that printed?
My birthday.
Did Expert print that?
No, MPC.
Oh, right on. I never knew who printed it. We suck. Yeah, it's the first one, the limited one.
Yeah, so the first one was the gray with the black borders, and there were only a few hundred of those. That was literally for my 30th birthday, and that's why we did the X's. So if you guys don't know XXX, don't get any wrong ideas. That is 10-10-10. I was born October 10 at 10 o'clock. This is what the tattoo denotes. So here, 10-10-10. Boom, boom, boom.
Nice.
And so that was, and it was a big deal when I turned 30, because 30 is 10, 10, 10. There you go. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
So I've got like a
when everybody says, think of your birthday. Okay, boom, you get the reaction. Oh, blues. I went in that. I went in that. I went in anything. We could be anything that we want to be, or something like that.
Oh my god.
And a handy dandy notebook. Is that what it was?
Yeah, with his handy dandy notebook, and he had a crayon, I think. So
That damn crayon, but like anyway.
So
yeah, John, we'll give you the first one, buddy. You won the first one. I'm fine either way, he says.
So the second question is going to be, what was the first tutorial that Alex ever taught on YouTube?
Oh, wow.
That's a good one.
Do we go with the official answer on my channel or on...
So, I mean, we could probably make people really dig for it, but I think it's probably nicer to say what the first one on your channel was.
I don't even know that answer.
I had to look it up, but I got it.
I got it. Stop trick, sandwich trick, classic pass.
No.
No.
Snap change.
If I ever did a magic tutorial, it would definitely be a snap change.
Yeah. Double lift. The weirdest color change. Brick pass.
Don't worry, guys. I'm looking for the answer as well as you are. So.
Clip shift.
not clip shift. Oh my god.
All right, I kind of know the answer. I don't know.
Cleveland steamer. That just sounds gross.
If it is what I think it is, based off of literally looking at my profile.
It's a very short video, right?
No.
Which one are you thinking of?
I'm looking at one that's 19 minutes long.
All right, let me see if I can. Let's see. Man, you did a lot of I'm seeing a lot of short ones here.
A lot of the short ones are just trailers to his actual downloads.
Yeah.
If you're looking back at I would honestly start when I actually started my YouTube sort of tutorial, because the way that I started my YouTube is I didn't want to do YouTube. I didn't have any inspiration of doing any of this corner kind of stuff. I was like, all right, whatever. But Chris Ramsey was like, I'll get you on my channel. I go, I don't even know what that means. So he's like, no, let's film a tutorial of you. He's like, all right, it's going to be up on Monday. It was Friday, right? You have 2 days to put up a channel. I'm like, okay. I don't know. So I just made a channel, and that's how I started doing tutorials, because he told me to make it, turn my channel into what it is now.
Nice.
Put up a sort of a trailer, be like, hey guys, I'm doing tutorials now, whatever. I was like, I don't know what's going on around me. He pushed me to do that, right? So with the first video, so I was on his channel first, and then the first tutorial that I did after that, is that what we are talking about?
Yes.
So, yeah.
All right, so we have a bunch of answers. What's the answer? So we could did people say it?
So the one
Anyone
one I scrolled through here to see, because I went back as far as I could and found the first tutorial beyond the trailers. It's literally, well, hold on, did anyone see it? I don't want to give it away, but I haven't seen it yet because it's not really necessarily a magic trick.
Herman Pass.
It's from 4 years ago. Maybe that'll give people a little bit of context around it.
4 years ago? Jesus, what?
I mean, there's so many things that people named in here.
Yeah, hold on. There you go.
Okay, I might know what you're saying.
I also dropped it in the private chat so you can see, Alex, and I also think it's relevant to your story, which I think makes it even better.
Oh, cool. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say, Tyler.
Yeah.
And that's really funny because, okay, come on. Nobody's gonna guess it.
Oh wait, no, we got it. We got it.
We just got it. We just got it.
There we go.
Straightforward. Yeah.
Congratulations. That took a while to get to that one, I gotta say. But good hunting, guys.
Nice. That was nice. That was a good one. We got 2 good questions so far.
And then Kier donated a question somewhere in this mass of answers.
He donated some money for the podcast. What?
He donated. Well, I mean, hey, Kier, if you want to, donate, feel free. But we appreciate
the. What is the PayPal again?
Oh my God! But yeah, so Kier's question, which I think is a good one: who did the Cardistry in Brazil deck trailer?
I mean, does it have to do with Alex?
The Cardistry in Brazil?
Yeah.
I don't know what the Cardistry in Brazil deck trailer means.
All right, well, Kier.
I mean, does it have to do with Alex?
I'm assuming so because he donated the question in the scheme of things here. But Kier, DM us real quick.
He must be meaning something about something or another. But hold on, let me try to.
Oh, the Brazil deck. The Brazil deck.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
So who did the trailer for the Brazil deck?
So yeah, I mean, the trailer for the Brazil deck was made by a friend of mine that he knew how to like juggle a soccer ball or whatever, but also on the Magic and Cardistry side, somebody that I knew since he was 8 years old. His name is Matt Fox, and he's one of the coolest.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he was nice enough to film me for the Spade Runner trailer, music video, whatever you want to call it. I sent him decks, and I was like, "Yes, you want to film a bunch of stuff?" But he's like just such a cool dude, right? I've literally known him since he was 8, 9 years old, 10 years old. And so years ago, this is back in 2012, right? When the World Cup, 2012. We did a video with him doing cardistry and my other friend doing soccer football things. But there you go. That's the answer to that question. I don't know what else to say.
Now we need to
we need to come up with a new one then.
Well, so right after we asked it, though, Kier said the answer too. So, yeah, third question to win the third set of 4 decks. Well, actually, you know what? We're gonna make this one, in theory, a simple one because I think it's pertinent with what's happening Sunday. The first person who can tell us in the chat what time
that's a
the House of Playing Cards relaunch drops on Sunday will get the third spot on the 4 decks.
Nice. That's a good one.
I know Steve had to ask twice, so I figured we'll see how much people are paying attention.
I only asked once. 12 noon, 10 a.m. noon.
So
you guys have to say what time zone. Kier.
Yeah, Kier, you can't win. We already got someone. We already got someone who had it before Kier. So it's
Kier
fine.
literally.
Yeah, you got to say what time zone.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, but that you guys Kier. God damn it! Kick him out.
Kier's muted.
Yeah, see, that's true because you have to say the time zone. We have 3 p.m. Pacific. It's like no.
All right. So another question. Okay, same thing. So Kier, don't say anything.
Hold on.
Going along with the House of Playing Cards launch. What were we gonna say, Alex? You have something?
Well, I said I have a better question that I think
go for it.
Is one that they can't research, that they have to sort of use their intuition based off of what I said during this whole interview. We've already announced one person on the live for Sunday, which is Orbit, Chris Brown, friend of mine, obviously, with the Orbit decks and everything. But throughout this whole interview, I also said different people that have inspired me to do my own thing in the card industry, in the Magic industry. And I'm having 2 more people on. If you could guess one of the 2 people, the first person to guess one of the 2 people that is going to be on the live, and Kier, you are not allowed to say anything because obviously you set it up and you have the schedule for it. I don't know the schedule of who's on first or second or anything like that.
So we got Randy, Dan Buck, Dave Blaine.
First person to guess one of the people.
So we have Dave Williamson, Chris Ramsey, David Blaine, Dan Buck, Elon Musk, Wes Baca,
Elon Musk would be phenomenal.
Aaron Fisher, David Blake. Were people even listening to the show tonight?
I'm gonna put in the private chat.
Hollingworth? Okay, that'd be good.
So whoever answers these.
Okay, we got it. Oh, somebody got it then. The first person that got it was Brad Gabbard.
There you go.
Brad, you won. You were the third one who won.
Where are we at here to
He said he said it right after the first.
There we go. Nice job, Brad.
What did he say?
Dan Buck.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. There's the 3 winners. Now, what do you want? What should we have them do? Do you want them to contact us or contact you?
So I think it would be easier if they contact either you somehow.
Yep.
And then you could just relay one email to me with the 3 winners and their addresses and what they want. Let's do, what do we say? 4 decks for each.
All right.
So they choose 4 decks of what we have in stock.
Yep.
You just give me their 4 decks with the addresses, then 4 decks addresses, and we will get out to you.
Perfect.
So you guys, if you want to check the website, House of Playing Cards, and then reach out to Deckin Around profile on Instagram.
Yep.
Let us know the 4 decks you want and your address, and we'll forward it over to Alex. Sweet.
Awesome.
The 3 winners were, was it straight?
John J, Straightforward A, and Brad Gabbard.
There we go.
So guys, reach out.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much, Alex, for putting out that giveaway for us. That we really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's huge. Thank you very much, man.
Oh, it's my pleasure, guys.
Yeah. Let's see.
Coincidentally enough, it's those guys that were like, please give me free deck. So in everybody's favor. Everybody wins, right?
Everybody get free deck.
Does a tutorial for clip shift come along with those decks?
Yeah, but we don't tell everybody that. We just keep it on DM.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
Listen, we do appreciate everyone and their guesses. It really was a fun time.
Should we? I don't know, Steve. Were you on when we did the epic any card any number thing?
Yes, the game. Yeah, I was on there.
How crazy was that?
Dude, that was crazy. The kid, if anything, that was the perfect kid to win it. He was so humble, so such a cool kid.
Yeah, and he made he didn't have PayPal, he didn't have anything, so he made a PayPal and
his dad made it.
Tell people about that. We could actually play that game. We'll do it once.
All right, let's do it.
We're gonna give and we'll do $1,000.
Oh, go big or go home, right?
Yeah.
Well, shit. What's this game?
Yeah, listen.
Okay, so
it's a cool game.
Steve will explain it to you, and I think we're going to end on this note. Though probably go a little bit further. It's only 5 a.m. But we're going to sort of end on. If you want to ask questions, that's fine afterwards. But we're going to end on this game that I wanted to do for the longest time. I had this idea for years. Steve, go ahead. Tell.
All right. So basically, you want me to just tell them the game? Basically.
Yeah. Tell them the game. Yeah.
All right. So basically, what the game is I'm gonna pick a card, okay, out of the deck. We're not gonna know what card it is. I'm gonna place it back inside the deck. No trick, no nothing. Well, not I'll do it. We'll have Alex do it, obviously. And then what we'll do is a specific person will pick out a specific person, and basically you pick a number, and Alex will go through the deck 1 card at a time. And if, let's say you pick 18, and he goes through 1 card at a time, and if the number that the chosen card is in the 18th spot, you win $1,000.
So the idea, to break it down as simple as possible, is it's in any card at any number. If you guys are familiar with the effect, any card at any number, you go to a spectator, you go, hey, spectator, how are you? They go, okay, I'm fine. How are you? You go, I'm not too bad. We're going to do an effect. They're like, effect? They go, a trick. Oh, a trick. Okay. And then you bring them a little closer and you say, look, you're going to name a card. and they name a card. And then you go, you're going to name a number as well, and they name a number. And you have to deal down to that number, and if the card that they named is at the number that they said, the effect is a miracle.
Okay.
But, so we had a lot of discussion in my Magic course about this effect, and I have many different versions and many different opinions on this effect. And Steve knows better than anyone now watching about this effect. But nonetheless, I shuffle up the deck and I keep it like this. And I go out to somebody and I say, you're going to name a card and you're going to name a number. So for example, we're just going to test it out. Tyler, name a card. Anyone.
King of Diamonds.
King of Diamonds. Now, you don't know where it is. Obviously.
I do not.
And now you're going to name a number from 1 to 52 because there are only 52 cards. I took out the jokers. I took out the blank card and the double backer, which comes with the deck of cards, by the way. If you want a double backer, if you want a blank card, check out the NOC 3v3, whatever it is called. All right.
So I'm going to say it's in position 24.
So there you go. We could go through it now. It's probably going to be wrong.
Probably.
But anyway, we'll go through it. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and this is number 24.
Yep.
And what card did you say?
King of Diamonds.
And it's not. You would lose in this, but very close. Very close.
I mean, not really, but yeah.
24, right?
Yeah, 24.
Which is weird because this is the 24th card in Mnemonica.
Interesting.
Anyway.
I wouldn't even know that because I don't know Mnemonica yet.
Shame.
I know.
Shame on you. All right. Anyway. So that's the game.
Yes.
So we're gonna do it for, and by the way, we did it for the course, and we got somebody on. He named the card, he named the number, and he hit it perfectly.
That's crazy.
It was 300, right? 300.
Yeah, he got it for $300. Yeah,
he got $300. I sent it to him, PayPal. We're doing it for $1,000. We're only gonna do it once.
Awesome.
And we're gonna pick whoever wants to sort of be a part of it. So I'm gonna leave it to you guys to do it.
Kier can't do it.
Yeah, you're prohibited from this one too. So.
All right, so Tyler, you want a good way to do it?
Sure. Let's hear a good way.
So basically, what you could do is you can just scroll. Kind of what Spidey did. You can just scroll through and then just choose a comment.
Okay, I'm just gonna
basically, and it can't be one of the people that won already.
All right. I'm literally going to close my eyes, scroll up, and then click one of the comments, whatever appears on screen. If you're here still, comment that you're still here. So
yeah.
Did I get one?
Fuck. Oh, nice. That's a cool one.
that was a real good comment. I'm glad it's fun to watch, Anthony. Are you still here?
Anthony Hawk. Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, Anthony. You heard the rules.
All right, Anthony. So he said, yo, yo, yo. All right, Anthony, pick a card. Any card.
Man, my heart's like beating over here. This is intense.
Come on, Anthony. Come on, dude. I know, right? You should have saw. Oh, I was so excited that kid won. Yes, we know you're here. Pick a number.
There might be a little bit of lag between the video and them hearing it, Steve. That's why.
Yeah.
Anthony, pick a number. Pick a card and then pick a number.
Thanks, Kulami. Everybody.
Come on, Anthony. You got this, man.
It's 5 of hearts.
All right.
So 5 of hearts it is. You got to throw that up there, Ty?
Yeah. All
right, Anthony. Now pick a number. Where do you think it's going to be in the deck?
Gerardo said he's trying to concentrate.
Yeah. He's putting it out into the universe. 17.
Fingers crossed here for you, Anthony.
The 5 of hearts, 17th card. Come on, Anthony.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is number 17.
Uh-oh. Drum roll. Drum roll. Is it the 5 of hearts?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
Anthony, that was such a good try, man. Oh,
Anthony.
that was such a good try, though.
Where was it?
He was off by a lot.
Bummer.
Anthony, good try, man.
Good try, dude.
We appreciate the effort. Alex, we appreciate the game. That was amazing.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
dude, that's amazing.
It was 11 off.
Oh, wow. That's not bad. Not too bad.
That is I mean, listen, that's a hell of a game. Not going to
Yeah,
lie.
it
there.
is, right?
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
So I'm going, initially when I had this idea a few years ago, I wanted to do this for the 12 days of Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and
wow.
this was years when I put out one of my first any card, any number effects. And I wanted to do this for the 12 days of Christmas. Every day leading up to that, I would do this. But I didn't have a good way of doing that, right? At the time, there was Instagram Live or anything like that. I might do it this year. But I might build a whole thing around it because I'm obsessed with any card, any number. I think there's really good ways of doing it, really shitty ways of doing it, bad ways of doing it, if you will. But I think I'm going to keep this going. And I think, we had on the course a winner, 100% legit.
That's insane.
Nailed
That's
it.
so cool.
I like so many people are like, that was sleight of hand. That was sleight. It's like, bro, did you not watch everything?
Yeah, I try literally.
It's so funny.
It
was so cool. There honestly couldn't have been a better person to win it either. It was so cool to see him win.
Yeah, and it will go up more and more. So we'll start with like 100, we'll go up to 1,000, we'll go up to 10,000. Like I would just want to do it something.
That'd be dope.
Till someone hits it.
Yeah.
That would be so sick.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that.
Well, Alex, I have to say, man, it's been an absolute blast having you on the show tonight, man. We really appreciate you coming on. I think we've had some amazing conversation here, and I honestly think that out of anyone in this industry, I think you have an amazing business mind, man. You really have built some great brands. You've brought some amazing magic to the community, and I can't wait to see what else you bring. I know you have a lot in store, especially with the store relaunch this Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern time. But I definitely know you have a lot in store going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I mean, I just think for me, it's just about creating interesting concepts and interesting, whether it be decks or magic-wise or anything really that I do. I just want to bring something different and of value to the people following me, the people that want to, better themselves in magic and whatever the niche might be. Because, we do playing cards, we do magic, we do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, for me, it's about coming up with something interesting, something different, something that they could take and learn from. And, people out there that follow me and give the feedback inspire me as much as sort of I inspire them. So I want to thank you guys out there that are watching and are pushing me forward to do all this kind of stuff. Like we talked about before, some days you wake up and you just don't feel like doing anything. And what is it that pushes you forward to get through that day, to get through that week, to get through that project, to get through life? What is it?
Yeah.
And if you answer that deeply within inside of you, I think you're going to have a very successful, not only career, but just good time through anything that you do. So I want to thank everybody. Obviously, I've had a blast. I could go on till the sun comes up. You guys are 5:30 now. I'm only getting started.
Dude, well, you know what?
You guys have to get to sleep, huh?
Oh, please.
Steve
Tyler's
will be up for a while. Yeah.
I could be up for 10 more hours, but we're going to have, we had Jackson Robinson on for 6 hours. So that's our longest time so far. And you're obviously came in close here. So we're going to do a 24-hour session with Jackson one day, and we'll have to have you on.
So wait, why are we stopping now?
Hey, I think Tyler's the guy who sleep, but we don't need to stop at all.
Yeah, I mean, we can keep going, but I'm getting sleepy. I'm not gonna lie. I will always.
He doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
No, I mean, listen, dude. I would absolutely love to sit down with you and chat for hours. I think you have, like I said, I think you have an amazing mind. I think there's so much to learn, and I think that's one of the cool things about it is obviously you having your channel and having these tutorials is because you like to share what you love. And, you know, like you just said, being able to find what you are passionate about and enjoy and pursuing it, it's a great way to live life. And it's encouraging to see how well you've done following that philosophy. And hopefully, even if, you know, one person who's been watching this tonight takes away from something here that you can do whatever you want, no matter who you are or what your skill set is. It's all just about being motivated and asking the right questions and realizing that you're not going to know everything you need to do for anything you want to do in life. Go out and learn it. You know, it's an amazing time we have right now because you really can learn pretty much anything you want to learn.
Anything. And if you can't learn it, then you get people around you that will take you to that next level, and that will, you know, I definitely suggest if you could take away one thing, exactly what you're saying, Tyler. I don't mean to cut you off here at the end, but the sort of end goal of what I want to try to give to people watching is that it doesn't matter what you're trying to do, right? Anything that you want to do, that you set your mind to do, learn as much as you can. The answers are out there. There's no excuse for not knowing. There's no excuse for saying, oh, I can't do this. Right. Can't should be out of your vocabulary starting tonight.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You go, you learn everything that you need to know. You surround yourself with the people who have already done it. And you ask for advice, and you are humble about it to not, you know, build an ego too quickly. And which would, you know, and don't be comfortable too quickly. If you've reached a certain, you know, stage in your life, you reach a certain goal, there's always more to be done. You should always push forward. Complacency and being comfortable, you will not grow.
Yeah,
I think that way. So with that being said, always push forward, always keep that magic alive, be interesting, be powerful. That's sort of what I want to end on.
Dude,
I think that's so beautiful way to end.
Yeah, dude, so amazing. We really appreciate you coming on, taking your time, and I mean, giving us all this time is huge.
Oh, it's no problem at all. I would have just been sat in bed.
Well, you know what? We'll definitely have you on again. That's for sure. And we'll have to go longer next time, you know?
Yeah. So before we sign off here tonight, everyone, thank you so much for coming out. Make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Obviously, we do these, you know, I don't want to call them interviews, but we do these live sessions every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to drop a quick word from our sponsors here, but make sure to stick around afterwards to find out who our guest for next week is.
Yeah.
NOC Playing Cards, the driving force behind Lit Playing Cards, Juice Joints, and McClure and Stark. Keep an eye out for what's to come next in 2020. Follow along at NOC Playing Cards on Instagram or docsplayingcards.com.
Marvelous decks, masterfully crafted, meticulously recreated with a specialized printing process that utilizes multiple holographic foils and sculpted embossing. No compromises were made when recreating these feathers at a zoomed-in scale. Pre-sale starts 9/26/2020. Stay tuned for remaining details. MarvelousDecks.com or Marvelous Decks on Instagram.
And before we even mention who next week's guest is, I do want to remind everyone this Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, House of Playing Cards is relaunching the store with amazing 100-plus decks. Make sure to check them out.
The heck?
This is news to Alex.
That's crazy.
But it's
I will
gonna be
there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an amazing opening there. So, guys, make sure to check it out. We will drop the link to House of Playing Cards and the time below in the comments.
I'll be there, and I'll be shocked just as much as you guys are with the decks that are going to be on.
We're excited to see him. Honestly, Kier has some great taste, so I have no doubt there's going to be some amazing decks there. Make sure to check them out, guys. And for next week's guest, we are going to have Kevin Ho on the show. So
on the show.
So make sure to check it out next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kevin Ho will be on to talk to us about everything, life, playing cards, anything you could want to ask him. So make sure to keep an eye out.
Well, please, guys, say hi for me.
Absolutely.
We definitely.
And we
will
hope
do that.
to see you all next week. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you. Peace.